Chapter 740. The flaming mountain was filled with terrifying heat waves. Martial artists below the venerable realm could not survive here at all. Boom! The crimson stone under Lin Xian's feet suddenly cracked, and a red pillar of light shot out with countless heat waves. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly appeared 100 meters away. In the next moment, the place where he was originally standing was covered by molten lava. Blazing molten lava bubbles rolled and cracked, looking extremely ferocious. How dangerous! Lin Xian still had lingering fears. Even a venerable realm martial artist would suffer if they encountered that molten lava. Bang! In the distance, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Endless flames surged out, forming fire crows that pounced into the sky. Then, a figure rushed up and engaged in a fierce battle. There's someone else! Lin Xian looked at the battle in the distance, and was slightly surprised. Looks like it's a disciple of Senmu College. There are so many fierce people here! Lin Xian exclaimed. He originally thought that he was the only one who was willing to come to such a damned place. Now, it seemed that there were many powerful martial artists cultivating here. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian did not delay any longer. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the flaming mountain. Finding a place with dense spiritual energy, Lin Xian set up a defensive formation and then began to cultivate. The flaming mountain was huge. Lin Xian was still at the periphery, but the spiritual energy was already very dense. Moreover, the main reason was that the heat in front of him had doubled. Unless he used the Red Lotus armor, he would not dare to go forward. After some thought, Lin Xian decided to cultivate on the spot. He would set off after his cultivation increased. The Crimson Dragon did not stay with Lin Xian. Instead, it found a place to cultivate by itself. The snow-white little monkey carried the treasure plate and began to search for spiritual fruits in the surroundings. Lin Xian did not cultivate immediately. Instead, he focused on sensing the fire attribute around him. He had already comprehended the concept of fire, and had reached the lesser mastery stage. Now, he wanted to use this place to break through to the perfection stage in one fell swoop. As if sensing Lin Xian's concept of fire, the surrounding flames all jumped as if they were activated. 1. Countless flames gathered, forming a flaming demon monkey. It was over a meter tall, and its entire body was covered in crimson flames. Its ferocious eyes stared at Lin Xian. This is... Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to appear here. Roar! The flaming demon monkey roared and grabbed at Lin Xian. With a flash of fire, the flaming demon monkey arrived before Lin Xian. It waved its sharp claws and countless flames roared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His palm was also covered in a layer of flames as he slammed it towards the flaming demon monkey. The two collided with each other, emitting a sizzling sound. In the next moment, the flaming demon monkey melted under Lin Xian's palm, turning into a clump of dark red flames the size of a fingernail. It quickly entered Lin Xian's body. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He felt that after the flames entered his body, they did not go berserk. Instead, they turned into the purest form of energy. At the same time, he felt that his concept of fire was much stronger than before. He was able to use flames more easily. Could it be a flame essence? Lin Xian knew that in some special places, the energy between heaven and earth would give birth to spirituality. It also contained a pure and mystical power. The flaming demon monkey from before was probably a type of flame essence. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. If he encountered more flame essences, he would be able to quickly cultivate his concept of fire to the Great Circle. However, flame essences were very rare. Besides the flaming demon monkey that he encountered at the beginning, Lin Xian did not see anything else. In this way, Lin Xian comprehended the concept of fire while cultivating and improving his cultivation. Boom! The surrounding fire attribute was activated, forming countless flames that rushed towards Lin Xian. This was the result of Lin Xian using the longevity art to absorb spiritual energy. Lin Xian opened his defense and resisted with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom! Those violent flames hit Lin Xian's body, causing his body to sway and his face to turn slightly pale. However, he still gritted his teeth and used the longevity art. In an instant, those flames turned into the purest spiritual energy and drilled into Lin Xian's body. Along with the use of the longevity art, the spiritual energy in his body followed a specific path and became his spiritual energy. With the increase of fire spiritual energy, Lin Xian felt that the spiritual energy in his body was more condensed and much stronger than before. As expected of the flaming mountain, it can improve so much in such a short time. Lin Xian was delighted and crazily used the longevity art. At the same time, he took out some ordinary fire attribute spiritual herbs from his storage ring and some spiritual pills and spiritual wine and consumed them together. This time, he must break through to the honorable realm. Soon, Lin Xian took out a crimson fruit. There were dark patterns on the fruit. This was a 1,000-year-old spiritual fire, the flaming fruit. He obtained it in the lost place. In the next moment, he ate the flaming fruit. The flaming fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a ball of pure energy that flowed into his body. At the same time, there was a wave of heat. Boom! The 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit contained a huge amount of energy. At this moment, it was completely activated and spread out in Lin Xian's body like a wave of fire. At the same time, more flames collided with the outside world. Those flames no longer existed alone but formed a cluster like a flaming fork that pierced towards Lin Xian. Countless fire attribute spiritual energy crazily bombarded Lin Xian's body. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Xian's body. The spiritual energy combined with the energy of the flaming fruit to form an even more powerful energy attack. Not enough! Lin Xian shouted. If he wanted to break through in one go, he needed more energy. Great Dragon Sword Soul, transform! In the next moment, a sword aura appeared above his head and turned into a ferocious dragon head. The dragon opened its mouth and formed a powerful devouring force that began to crazily devour the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy. The great dragon sword soul was extremely powerful, and the devouring force formed at this moment was even more powerful. Countless flames gathered and formed a sea of fire that filled the sky as it pounced towards Lin Xian. More than half of the sky was dyed red. The sea of fire covered the sky and enveloped an area of 1,000 meters. This terrifying scene attracted the attention of the other cultivators on the flaming mountain. Many people raised their heads to look at the fiery red sky in the distance. Who is it that caused such a huge commotion? Many people's eyes narrowed. This terrifying sea of fire was no longer something they could resist. One had to know that the flaming mountain was extremely dangerous. The flames here were not ordinary flames. They had spirituality. They were much more ferocious than the flames outside. Under normal circumstances, martial artists below the Venerable Realm would not dare to enter at all. Even Venerable Realm powerhouses would not dare to attract so many flames at once. This was obviously playing with fire. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by thousands of flames. The terrifying heat melted his clothes, revealing his robust body. Strange patterns quickly formed on his skin, forming an enchanting lotus flower. Chapter 741. Lin Xian engraved the pattern of the red lotus armor on his body, forming a solid defense to resist the terrifying flames. It was because of this defense that he dared to absorb so much at once. The spiritual fire of the flaming mountain combined with the 1,000-year-old flaming fruit to form a powerful spiritual energy that attacked Lin Xian's meridians. Go all out! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and crazily circulated the longevity art. The process was very slow and lasted for 5 days. After all, it was not that easy to break through to the honorable realm. After 5 days he had gathered enough spiritual energy, and his body overflowed with flames that kept jumping. It's about time! Feeling the spiritual energy in his body, Lin Xian decided to start breaking through to the honorable realm. In the honorable realm, it was no longer the Qi Si but the martial soul. The martial soul was the source of the honorable realm's power. Lin Xian had already condensed his martial soul and gathered a lot of energy. He already had the possibility of breaking through to the honorable realm. In his body, the dragon sword soul coiled up and formed a mini-dragon. He roared at the sky and sucked a lot of spiritual energy into his body. Buzz! A low sound was heard like thunder. A huge aura overflowed as if a peerless beast had awakened. The dragon sword soul flickered and kept absorbing the spiritual energy in the surroundings. It became brighter and gradually solidified from its original illusory appearance. Lin Xian knew that the dragon sword soul was awakening. When it fully awakened, it would enter the honorable realm. However, the dragon sword soul was too powerful. It was like a bottomless pit that crazily devoured spiritual energy. Soon, the spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body was depleted. However, Lin Xian was well prepared this time. He could not afford to fail. He swallowed another 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit and quickly absorbed the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy. Roar! The dragon sword soul trembled and the light on its body became brighter and brighter. Its body was also slowly growing. In the end, it roared and raised its head high. Boom! Lin Xian's body shook. He felt an inexplicable change in his body. It was as if his entire body was sublimated. I broke through! He was pleasantly surprised. This feeling was too wonderful. It was as if his body had endless power. Furthermore, he discovered that his control over the great dragon sword soul had become even more proficient. It was as if the two had merged into one. With a flash, Lin Xian charged into the sky. Endless light bloomed from his body, forming a light dragon that soared into the 9 heavens. This feeling was too wonderful. What is that, a dragon? On the flaming mountain, many people raised their heads in shock. The power just now was too overwhelming, and the entire flaming mountain could feel it. They originally wanted to see what kind of person could actually cause such a big commotion. However, before they could move, a dragon's roar appeared in the sky. Could it really be a dragon? Many people were excited. This kind of thing that only existed in legends, they didn't expect it to really exist. Impossible, that's not a dragon, but some kind of powerful martial skill. An expert looked at the sky and said, how could a divine beast like a dragon appear here? Quite a few people shook their heads. They knew that it was impossible for a dragon to appear on the martial heaven continent. However, in the next moment, they were stunned once again. The reason for that was because, not long after that light dragon's silhouette appeared, another dragon roar sounded. Following that, an even larger body appeared in the sky. This time, it was no longer a silhouette, but a real body. Those sinisterly flickering scales bloomed with a cold light in the air, and a powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. Ha! An extremely arrogant voice sounded, as if a peerless demon had appeared. Lin Xian felt this aura and was slightly surprised. This was the aura of the Crimson Dragon. He didn't expect that the other party had also broken through to the venerable realm. Hee hee, Xiao Xuanzi, let's fight! The Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly, and a huge dragon claw grabbed at Lin Xian. He had broken through to the venerable realm, and his body was 100 meters long, while Lin Xian's light dragon was only 10 meters long. Therefore, this claw completely enveloped Lin Xian. Just nice, I can test my strength after breaking through. Lin Xian smiled, swung the dragon's head, and won. Whoosh! He turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly dodging the attack, and then went against the wind. The two of them fought fiercely, stirring up the wind and clouds in the flaming mountain, and the martial artists watching were shocked. The two dragons are fighting? Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. After a few collisions, Lin Xian had an understanding of his own strength. An ordinary second-level venerable was probably no match for him. If he fought with all his strength, he might be able to fight against a third-level venerable realm martial artist. Ouch, it hurts. As expected of an offensive saint technique, the Crimson Dragon muttered. All right, don't attract the attention of others. Lin Xian shouted, turned into his human form, and landed on the ground. The crimson dragon also roared and turned into a 1-meter-long dragon again. Wooji wooji, the snow-white little monkey found a pile of spirit fruits from God knows where and ate them very happily. This little guy didn't need to cultivate, and could improve just by eating spirit fruits. It was very magical. Lin Xian didn't know what realm the little white monkey had reached, but the other party was an ordinary first-level venerable, so he didn't feel any pressure at all. Now that his cultivation had broken through, the next step was the concept of fire. Lin Xian looked into the depths of the flaming mountain. Now that his strength had increased, he could set off from here. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian was very curious about the depths of the flaming mountain. The man and the two beasts walked into the depths. Lin Xian walked steadily along the winding mountain path. The temperature in front of him rose again, and orange flames appeared. It was very terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had broken through, he didn't dare to be careless. He found that this orange flame could threaten a second-level venerable. At least, if he was careless, he could die. How deep was the flaming mountain? Lin Xian was shocked. He had just entered the mountain, and was facing a threat again. He really didn't know what kind of danger there would be. All right, I can't go any further. Lin Xian stopped. He found that with his strength, he couldn't bear to go any further. The crimson dragon also looked around curiously. Its body was tough and didn't fear the flames at all. However, it was indeed very hot. At this moment, it stuck out its tongue and was sweating profusely. Damn, what the hell is this place? It's so hot. The little white monkey was also dispirited. It plucked a leaf and covered its head. Comprehending the concept of fire here, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended. He had once owned the black dragon flames and had mastered many concepts. Therefore, he was very good at comprehending concepts. When he was in the periphery, he had already achieved greater success in the concept of fire. Now, he was only one step away from achieving perfection. However, this step was more difficult than all the previous steps combined. Just as Lin Xian was comprehending, the other martial artists in the flaming mountain rushed over. They wanted to see where the dragon was. However, they came to nothing because Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already left their original place and went deeper. This aura, someone has broken through here, an expert said in a deep voice. Chapter 742. Could it be related to the two dragons that appeared? Everyone was puzzled. Impossible. Judging from this aura, he's only breaking through to the venerable realm, someone said disdainfully. Suddenly, that person's expression froze as if he had thought of something. Someone below the venerable realm is actually fine here. How is that possible? Hearing that, many cultivators gasped. They were all venerable realm cultivators and naturally knew how terrifying this place was. Cultivators below the venerable realm had no chance of surviving here. However, someone had broken through here, and his cultivation hadn't even reached the venerable realm before. This was too shocking. Maybe he's not alone. He might have an expert accompanying him. Yes, that must be it. The cultivators became more and more certain of their thoughts. Then, they discussed for a while and finally left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the belly of the mountain of flames, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the concept of fire. Not long ago, he encountered another flame spirit and obtained a lot of benefits after killing it. Now, he was even closer to the great perfection realm. Perhaps he would succeed with another flame spirit. Lin Xian was excited. It was as if the heavens were helping him. Not long after, the surrounding flames burned brightly and jumped, condensing into a giant lava beast. A scorching and powerful aura surged out and swept in all directions as if the god of fire had appeared. That aura was stronger than that of an ordinary second-level venerable. It's here! Lin Xian focused his gaze and looked ahead. It was a 3-meter-tall stone man with countless cracks on its body. Countless flames emerged from those cracks and enveloped its entire body. In its eye sockets, there were 2 orange-red flames jumping, showing a trace of the aura of a soul. Very strong! Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to underestimate it. The strength displayed by the other party was at least that of a second-level venerable. It was definitely extremely powerful. His figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, rushing forward quickly. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of the lava giant and clenched his fist. The surrounding flames danced and condensed into a flaming sword in his hand. Whoosh! As the sword slashed down, a blazing sword light rushed out. It was dazzling and spread like a sea of fire. This sword was extremely violent. It was like a fire dragon that lowered its head and bit down. Roar! The lava giant roared in anger. It clenched its rock-like palm and suddenly blasted it out. Terrifying energy surged out like a volcanic eruption, causing everything in the surroundings to collapse. Boom! The two collided, and a terrifying energy storm swept out, tearing apart the ground in front of them and causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Both of them took a step back and quickly removed the force from their bodies. This attack was actually evenly matched. But very quickly, the magma beast attacked again. He pounded the ground with his large hands, shattering it. Then, he roared, and the flames on his body became even more dazzling. His entire person was like a fireball. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The giant lava beast's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, its defense was extremely strong. His sword strike just now had actually failed to cut it apart. He snorted coldly and mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body to form another flaming sword. This time, the fiery light that filled the sky condensed and formed a 3-foot-long crimson divine sword. There were crimson markings on it, and it was extremely mysterious. Sword of Summer, scorching sun in the sky! Lin Xian raised his sword high and chopped down with all his might. In the sky, the crimson sword erupted like a golden sun, incomparably dazzling. The light contained a peerless sharpness that was unstoppable, and easily tore apart the void. The giant lava beast sensed danger and roared uneasily. Flames flickered all over his body, and he turned into a volcano and rushed over. Everywhere he passed, the ground cracked. Even a second-level honorable would not dare to easily resist such power. Destroy! In the sky, the golden sun-like sword slashed down, annihilating everything and instantly striking the giant lava beast. Ka! Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and the giant lava beast's body stiffened. The rocks on his body continuously fell off, and finally turned into a pile of rubble. In the pile of rubble, there was a fist-sized orange-red flame that was constantly pulsing. Flame essence! Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he sucked the flame essence into his hand and began to absorb it. The flame essence this time was very powerful, more powerful than the previous two combined. In addition to Lin Xian's superb perception and rich experience, his concept of fire had finally reached perfection after a day. This time, Lin Xian's feeling towards the flaming mountain had changed. It was no longer the kind of rejection, but an unusual feeling of closeness. He knew that this was because his concept of fire had reached perfection. If he could condense a fire soul, then his ability to fuse with flames would be even greater. At that time, all the flames in the world would be at his disposal. Hey, it's you! Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. Lin Xian looked back and saw a fiery red figure floating over from behind. Dongfang Phoenix! Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect to meet her in this place. However, he soon understood that she was a fire attribute genius. It was most suitable for her to cultivate here. What are you doing here? Dongfang Phoenix stared at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Of course I'm here to cultivate. What else can I do? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Cultivate? Dongfang Phoenix sneered. You have the leisure to do so. Your Dragon Sword Pavilion is about to be torn down, and you're still leisurely cultivating here? I really don't know if there's water in your brain. What did you say? Lin Xian's expression changed. You don't know? This time, it was Dongfang Phoenix's turn to be surprised. She snorted coldly. These days, greedy wolf's people have been looking for trouble with you every day. Your friends have been bullied very badly. The outside world said that you didn't dare to fight and ran away. I didn't expect you to not know. Greedy wolf. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that Dragon Sword Pavilion would be in trouble just a few days after he left. You'd better go take a look. Otherwise, your friends will be in trouble, Dongfang Phoenix said. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his hands, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This guy runs pretty fast. Dongfang Phoenix curled her lips, then looked stunned. No, this kid's cultivation. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. When she saw Lin Xian earlier, although he was strong, his cultivation was at the limit of the spiritual detecting realm. Just now, he had the aura of an honorable. This kid he broke through? Dongfang Phoenix was shocked. In less than a month, he had broken through from the limit of the spiritual detecting realm to the honorable realm. This was too big a leap. Even a peerless genius would not have such a cultivation speed. Did this kid have a fortuitous encounter? Dongfang Phoenix could not understand. She decided to wait until she returned to meet this Lin Xian. Lin Xian flew all the way back to Senmu College. Without any pause, Lin Xian ran toward the new students' dormitory area. A cold light bloomed in his eyes. Last time, when he beat up Greedy Wolf, he thought that it would teach him a lesson. He did not expect that he would become even more arrogant. How dare you touch my people? I will make you regret it! Chapter 743. Senmu College, Freshman Area. Wang Li and the others were injured and looked at the sky angrily. There were several figures there. The leader was the green-robed man from before Yu Gui. The others also had powerful auras and had reached the venerable realm. For the past few days he had come every day with a group of subordinates, trapping the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion below, and making it impossible for them to escape. Since he couldn't catch Lin Xian, it was good to vent his anger on his subordinates. Therefore, he had been teaching Wang Li and the others a lesson every day. Yu Gui and the others looked down with a mocking expression. Who should we start with today? Hearing this, the surrounding students shook their heads and silently felt sorry for these people. Wang Li and the others had gloomy eyes and trembled with anger. They didn't expect greed to be so excessive and lead a group of people to block them for 7 or 8 days. Moreover, he beat them up every day. They resisted, but the other party had too many people and a formation. Curse my ass! Let's fight it out with him! Hao De roared furiously, his eyes red. Yes, let's fight! Hao Er and Hao San agreed. Wait a little longer. Brother Xian should be back soon, Wang Li said in a deep voice. He was also angry, but the gap between the two sides was too big. If they rashly went up, they would be courting death. Okay, let's start with you. Yu Gui pointed at Wang Li below. Hee, Brother Gui, I'll make the first move this time. In the sky, a young warrior laughed sinisterly. I'm the best at teaching this group of freshmen a lesson. Okay, go ahead. Be careful, don't kill them, Yu Gui said. They chatted and laughed, not putting Wang Li and the others in their eyes at all. It was as if they were fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. F***ck, let's fight! The 3 Hao brothers were furious, and the others roared as well. This was too much of a bully. Oh, you want to resist? Have you forgotten what happened 2 days ago? It seems that I went too easy on you. The warrior from the Greedy Wolf gang laughed sinisterly, then waved a giant gray hand and grabbed downwards. That giant hand was surrounded by a gray aura, which made people feel uneasy. Damn it! Wang Li shouted angrily and suddenly counterattacked. However, Yu Gui simply pointed out a finger and shattered the fist shadow he condensed. You still want to resist? You're overestimating yourselves, Yu Gui sneered. With him present, these people simply couldn't deal any damage. Whoosh! The gray-white hand whistled and quickly grabbed at Wang Li. The others shouted angrily and wanted to attack, but they were restrained by the surrounding array. I'll beat up whoever I want. You have no choice. Just accept your fate, ha ha ha. Yu Gui laughed maniacally. This is the consequence of offending greed. Older brother Xian, come back quickly. Hao De and the others were furious. Lin Xian? Haha, that trash won't dare to come out. Yu Ge laughed. You bunch of idiots, do you really think that trash will come to save you? He might have already run away. Hee hee, get over here. The gray-white hand flickered with light like a ghost hand. It was incomparably terrifying and was about to grab Wang Li. At this moment, a sword light flashed and instantly cut the gray-white hand into several pieces. Who is it? The youth was stunned and then became angry. Who dares to stop me? Get out here! Their greed gang actually dared to stop them. They really don't want to live anymore. Older brother Xian, it's older brother Xian! The three Hao brothers shouted excitedly. Wang Li's body also trembled with excitement. Lin Xian? That trash! Before the gray-clothed youth could finish his words, a golden palm descended from the sky and instantly slapped him away. Bang! The gray-clothed youth flew out 100 feet in an extremely sorry state. In the next moment, the golden palm flashed like a huge mountain and quickly grabbed at him again. Block it for me! The gray-clothed youth roared and swung his fist. A gray bat appeared in the air. It was 100 feet long and emitted a murderous aura as if it was really a fierce beast. It let out a shrill cry and quickly rushed into the sky as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Bang! The golden palm waved and slapped the gray bat to death. Then, it quickly grabbed at the gray-clothed youth. No, that's impossible! The gray-clothed youth was shocked, and his eyelids twitched. He once again launched a terrifying attack, but it was completely ineffective. He could not hurt the golden palm at all. Brother Gui, save me! The gray-clothed youth cried out loudly, no longer as arrogant as before. Yu Gui's expression was cold. He pointed a finger and a huge finger light rushed out with a purple-black light. It was as if a demon king was rampaging through the void. However, in the next moment, the golden palm suddenly accelerated and dodged the purple-black light. It slapped the gray-clothed youth to the ground. Bang! The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. If it were not for the protection of the defensive formation, the surrounding 100 miles would have collapsed. What? The other members of the greed gang changed their expressions. This method was too fierce and beyond their expectations. Even Yu Gui was surprised. Then, his face darkened. The other party was actually able to dodge his attack, which surprised him very much. Moreover, what was even more hateful was that the other party had injured his subordinate in front of him without even showing his face. If this were to spread, where would he put his face? Who is it? Get out here! Yu Gui shouted angrily. The other members of the greed gang also shouted coldly. How dare you interfere with our greed gang's matters? You're dead! How arrogant! A cold voice sounded. However, in front of me, you have no right to be arrogant. Don't you like to torture people? Today, I'll let you have your fill. Then, the golden palm waved again and grabbed the gray-clothed youth in the deep pit on the ground. It waved in the air and slapped down again. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as if an ancient giant was walking. The gray-clothed youth felt dizzy and his whole body was about to split open. He was going crazy and even had the thought of dying. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Below, the freshmen were stunned. This method is too terrifying. Who is it that is so powerful? Someone who dares to offend the greed gang and is willing to help the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Could it be Lin Xian? Impossible. Although that guy has some ability, he's not that terrifying. Didn't you see that Yu Gui's attack was dodged? That's a second-level venerable. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than a second-level venerable. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Wang Li and the others were abnormally excited. Brother Xian, it's Brother Xian! In Senmu College, other than Lin Xian, no expert would save them. Brother Xian has broken through. That's great. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Let go. Yu Gui was angry. Beating up his subordinate in front of so many people was equivalent to slapping his face. Arrogant? Am I arrogant? Compared to your greed gang, I'm far inferior. The golden palms slapped down and tore open the array that trapped the Dragon Sword Pavilion members. Then, it threw the gray-clothed youth over. I don't need to tell you how to deal with this. Boss! The three Howe brothers and the others were excited. Brothers, let's take revenge! The 11 Dragon Sword Pavilion members pounced forward. No! The gray-clothed youth let out a miserable cry. His voice was filled with endless fear and despair. Chapter 744. The gray-clothed youth screamed miserably as he was tortured by the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the sky, the members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang had gloomy expressions with a hint of fear. No one can save you for offending the Ravenous Wolf Gang! Yugui's voice was filled with killing intent. No one can save you for offending the Dragon Sword Pavilion! The cold voice sounded again. You're courting death! Yugui was furious. He pointed his 5 fingers at the sky and shot out 5 thick finger beams in all directions. Each beam was as thick as a mountain and as sharp as a demonic spear. They pierced through the void. However, when these attacks hit the void and stirred up a violent storm, they were unable to force the other party out. You have to be punished for offending the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Now, atone for your sins. The voice reverberated as countless light swords appeared in the sky. Sword chi flickered and filled the sky. Each light sword shone with a cold light. Although they were condensed from spiritual power, they were extremely terrifying and were not weaker than treasured weapons. When dozens of light swords appeared, the wind and clouds changed color, and endless terrifying killing intent filled the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, these light swords all slashed towards the members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang. Not good, run! The members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang were so scared that their faces turned green and their scalps went numb. That aura was too terrifying and they definitely could not resist it. Yugui was furious and also counterattacked, but there were too many light swords and he could not deal with them at all. Bang bang bang! Ah! Violent collisions and screams rang out. Every time there was a sound, a member of the Ravenous Wolf Gang would be killed. As for the members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang who fell to the ground, they were surrounded by Wang Li and the others and beaten up. In just an instant, except for Yugui, everyone else in the sky was killed. Everyone below was shocked as if they were dreaming. Yugui's expression was even uglier. He was so angry that he shouted, "Who are you? Come out! You don't even know who I am and you dare to behave atrociously here?" A disdainful voice sounded. Then, a figure appeared. "Brat, it's you!" Yugui was shocked when he saw it. The people below were even more shocked. Lin Xian? How is that possible? When did he become so strong? He can even fight against a second-stage venerable. Oh my god, is he still a freshman? Countless people exclaimed in admiration. Yugui was also shocked. He stared at Lin Xian and suddenly said, "You broke through. Exalt Realm! That's impossible!" He screamed, his face full of shock. A few days ago, he was still an extreme martial artist, yet he had broken through to the Venerable Realm in just over 10 days. This cultivation speed had overturned his understanding. That's impossible. Even a peerless genius wouldn't be able to do that. Yugui didn't believe it. Don't use your useless brain to guess my affairs, Lin Xian said disdainfully. Aren't you looking for me? I'm here. This voice was very calm, but it was incomparably domineering. But Yugui was stunned and didn't make a move. What? You don't dare? Lin Xian sneered. You've been scheming for so long. You've been squatting in the freshman area for more than 10 days. Wasn't it all because you wanted to make a move on me? Are you scared now? A person like you is no different from a cowardly piece of trash. Kid, don't be complacent. Yugui's face was gloomy. Although you've broken through, you're not a threat to me at all. I'll let you know the difference between a first-level venerable and a second-level venerable. Difference? Lin Xian laughed. I'll also let you know how ignorant you are. Impudent, die for me. Yugui shouted angrily and raised his hand to attack. A huge purple-black skeleton appeared in the sky, surrounded by purple-black demonic chi. It was like a demon from hell, and its body was full of killing intent. Its two cold eyes flickered with a purple light, causing people to feel fear. Whoosh! Following Yugui's movements, the huge purple-black skeleton also moved quickly. Its ghost claws could shatter heaven and earth as it grabbed at Lin Xian. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and quickly blasted it out. Countless fiery red auras surrounded his fingertips and rushed out quickly. Then, a huge vermilion bird flew out from Lin Xian's fingertips. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. When it spread its wings, it was hundreds of feet long. Its body was bathed in flames, and its feathers were crystal clear. After reaching the perfection stage of the fire concept, the vermilion bird seal's power was even stronger, as if it could burn everything in the world. The fiery red vermilion bird was as tall as a mountain, and its body was covered in a blazing light. It rushed upwards, its sharp claws and wings flapping as if it could split the world apart. Boom! Pooh! With a claw, the vermilion bird tore the huge purple-black skeleton apart, then turned into a ball of divine fire and burned it out. A strong wind blew, and only powder floated down. Yugui's pupils constricted. His ultimate technique was broken just like that. He felt fear in his heart. Yugui wanted to retreat because the other party was too strange. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance at all. The vermilion bird seal was used again, and it quickly blasted over. The flames were blazing, and it was as if a sun was rampaging through the void. Yugui could not dodge, so he could only resist. Boom! The vermilion bird slammed into Yugui's body, and then a powerful energy wave exploded. Yugui only lasted for a moment before he was sent flying. Blood was left behind in the air. A second-level venerable had been defeated in one strike. Everyone below was stunned. Lin Xian's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Especially those from the Ravenous Wolf gang, they were in despair. Impossible! Yugui stood up in the void with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Brat, I won't let you off! He said hatefully. Then countless purple-black chi rose from his body as he tried to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian sneered. You injured my dragon sword pavilion's people, and you want to leave just like that? He snorted coldly and pulled out his sword. Autumn sword, prairie fire. Countless flames rushed out from the tip of the sword, jumping and quickly spreading in all directions. Soon, the entire sky was a sea of fire. Terrifying heat waves spread out in all directions, melting the void. One sword had sealed the world in all directions. Now, it was time to settle the score. Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Yugui. His 5 fingers were like swords, piercing into the purple-black demonic chi. Ah! In the next moment Yugui screamed. I've already transformed into an illusory body. How can you hurt me? He screamed in horror. I've said it before. Don't use your useless brain to think about my matters, Lin Xian said disdainfully. With your strength, you dare to touch the dragon sword pavilion? You're courting death. He clenched his 5 fingers, causing Yugui to scream even more miserably. Soon Yugui transformed into his human form again. Brat, if you dare to touch me, the Ravenous Wolf gang won't let you off. Fool! Lin Xian snorted. No need to say such harsh words. I don't intend to let the Ravenous Wolf gang off either. He flicked his finger, and a sharp sword light condensed on his fingertip. If you dare to touch my brother, you will pay the price in blood. Pooh! The sword light pierced into Yugui's body. This sword is for Wang Li. Pooh! This sword is for Liang Wei. Pooh! Pooh! These 3 swords are for the 3 Hao brothers. Lin Xian stabbed each name. Soon, 11 light swords appeared on Yugui's body and pierced through his body. Chapter 745. In an instant, 11 light swords appeared on Yugui's body and pierced through his body. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists in excitement. They had been tortured by Yugui and the others for more than 10 days, and now they could finally spit out their anger. Even the spectating freshmen were excited as they felt their blood boil. Scram! If you dare to provoke the Dragon Sword Pavilion again, your fates will be even more miserable. Lin Xian coldly snorted, then turned around and flew down. Brother Xian! Wang Li and the others shouted respectfully. Are you guys all right? Lin Xian asked. It's fine, we can still withstand this kind of injury. The main thing is that the other party is too much of a bully. Yeah, being trapped for 7 or 8 days is really too sullen. But now it's good, Brother Xian has helped us vent our anger. The group of people said excitedly. Don't worry, this matter won't end so easily. Even if the Greed Gang agrees, I won't. Brother Xian, could it be that you want to? A few of them were uncertain. You guys recuperate first, then go to Lion Moon City to get the pills. When your cultivation has increased, I'll take you guys to take revenge. There's no need for the Greed Gang to exist. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as a domineering aura rose from his body. Yes, sir! Everyone was excited. They knew that the Dragon Sword Pavilion was about to rise. Lin Xian, I wonder if your Dragon Sword Pavilion is still recruiting? A few freshmen surrounded him. When they saw Lin Xian's powerful methods and terrifying battle prowess, they yearned for it in their hearts. Furthermore, after staying in the academy for a period of time, they would usually join an organization. Instead of going to those big clubs to be a lackey, it would be better to follow a new club like the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The Dragon Sword Pavilion has just been established, so we do need a lot of manpower. However, we only accept brave warriors. We don't need cowards, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. If you are willing to take risks, willing to fight, and like challenges, then you are welcome to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion, Lin Xian said. I have the confidence to lead you to the peak and let you feel the feeling of looking down at the world from the clouds. This process will definitely be filled with difficulties. For example, once you join, you will face the threat of the Greed Gang. Please consider it carefully. Of course, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion be bullied. Lin Xian's words were very truthful, without any exaggeration. He spoke of the advantages and disadvantages of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This would scare off a portion of the people, but it would also eliminate the unsuitable weaklings for the Dragon Sword Pavilion. I'm in. I'll join too. After some consideration, many people decided to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. It was for no other reason than Lin Xian's monstrous strength and talent. It was worth it for them to take a risk. These people were not weaklings. To be able to enter Senmu College, they were all extremely talented and strong. They had a feeling that Lin Xian could soar into the sky. At that time, Dragon Sword Pavilion might even become a colossus like Senmu College. All right. Since we've joined, we're all brothers, Lin Xian said with a smile. Wang Li, make the arrangements. After that, Lin Xian left these matters to Wang Li and the others. He himself set a set of rules for the Dragon Sword Pavilion. A total of more than 20 people joined, and the Dragon Sword Pavilion's members increased to 32. Of these 32 people, 13 had reached the Venerable Realm, and the rest were half-step Venerable Realm. Although they were nothing in Senmu College, they were definitely a terrifying force in the outside world. After entering the Dragon Sword Pavilion, we're all brothers. If there's something for me, there's also something for you, Lin Xian said loudly. I guarantee that you'll have a lot of cultivation techniques, pills, and artifacts in the future, and they'll all be the best. Of course, the Dragon Sword Pavilion also has its rules. First, no betrayal. Second, no killing among your fellow disciples. You're not allowed to bully the weak. No. Lin Xian said a total of 10 rules. These 10 rules became the iron rules of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. No one was allowed to challenge them. The 32 youths looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Every time Lin Xian said a rule, they would shout loudly. This was a group of hot-blooded youths. They had joined the Dragon Sword Pavilion with their hot-bloodedness and trust in Lin Xian. However, they had never expected that Lin Xian would be so powerful, allowing the Dragon Sword Pavilion to soar into the sky. Many years later, when they stood at the peak of Senmu College and even the peak of the Blood Realm, they would still be able to recall this scene. This life was worth it! After settling down the 32 people, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. He had already broken through to the Venerable Realm, and his strength had greatly increased. He had to consider what to do next. It was impossible to raise his cultivation in a short period of time because it was too difficult to raise his cultivation in the Venerable Realm. Every step was like ascending to the heavens. One had to have sufficient accumulation and luck in order to break through. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he had to have enough heavenly treasures. And in the academy, all of this was spiritual value points. Other than that, there was also the matter of dragon blood and investigating the heavenly netherbird. Of course, these things could not be rushed. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with the counterattack of the Greedy Wolf Gang and the Freshman Assembly. There was still half a month before the Freshman Assembly. If he could get first place, he would be rewarded with a generous amount of spiritual value points. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss it. As for dealing with the Greedy Wolf Gang, firstly, there was a conflict between them that would be difficult to resolve. Furthermore, according to his understanding, the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang was an expert on the mysterious Venerable ranking. Now that he had broken through to the Venerable Realm, his strength had improved even more. Ordinary second-level Venerables were no match for him. He felt that he had the possibility of breaking through to the mysterious Venerable ranking. And the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang had become his first target. He had a lot of things to do, and this was only the beginning. Tidy up and recuperate. The next day, Lin Xian asked the 3 Hao brothers to go to Lion Moon City to retrieve the pills. When the 500 bottles of pills were brought back, everyone was stunned. These were all pills that could increase one's cultivation. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were excited. It wasn't that they hadn't seen many 4th-grade pills before, but this was the first time they had seen so many 4th-grade pills. These 2 are for the Venerable Realm, and these 3 are for those below the Venerable Realm. Everyone gets 3 bottles. Give them out first. Whoever increases their cultivation the fastest will get the remaining rewards. Lin Xian said. This is only the beginning. Soon you will realize that 5th and 6th grade pills are not a problem. Yes, thank you, Brother Xian. Everyone was excited. After receiving the pills, everyone left and hurriedly went to cultivate. Liang Wei, go to the mission hall and record down some of the large-scale missions. Wang Li, go and pay attention to the recent movements of the Greedy Wolf Gang and collect information on their missions. Lin Xian instructed again. Yes. Brother Xian, are we going to make a move? Wang Li asked. There's no rush. Let's wait until everything is clear. Lin Xian said. Don't they like to rob the weak? This time, we'll let them have a taste of what it's like to be robbed. Everything was being carried out smoothly. As the leader of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, Lin Xian only needed to grasp the big picture. After everyone left, Lin Xian released the Crimson Dragon. He was going to start setting up the array. Chapter 746. Lin Xian released the Crimson Dragon and began to set up the array. Is there a combined array that can be moved and dismantled at any time? Lin Xian asked. You brat, you really have a lot of requests? The Crimson Dragon curled its lips. What, you can't do it? Who was the one who bragged about being number 1 in array formation? Brat, don't provoke me. Who is Ben Wang? What kind of array formation doesn't he know? The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully. Of course I have this kind of array formation, but it's very troublesome. I'm not afraid of trouble. I have time, Lin Xian said. As for the materials, just say it. Next, the Crimson Dragon asked for a lot of things. Fortunately, Lin Xian killed a lot of sovereigns, especially 2 Tian's storage ring. It's very rich. Therefore, he quickly gathered the things that the Crimson Dragon needed. Next, the Crimson Dragon began to inscribe the array formation while Lin Xian cultivated silently. During this time, Murong Qingqing came once. She stared at Lin Xian with a smile. I heard that you've made a big splash again? No way, I just taught a few despicable fellows a lesson. How's your mission? Lin Xian asked. It's very smooth. I've obtained a lot of spiritual value points. Soon I'll be able to gather all the spiritual herbs. When the time comes, you have to refine pills for me. Don't worry, no problem. Murong Qingqing left in satisfaction. She did not forget her agreement with Lin Xian, so she worked hard to cultivate and strive to enter the mysterious sovereign ranking. 2 days later, Wang Li and Liang Wei had investigated thoroughly. Brother Xian, there are quite a few large-scale missions. I've chosen a few from them, and there are 3 that are below 3 stars. Brother Xian, I've heard about most of the Greedy Wolf Society's recent actions. Are there any missions that the Greedy Wolf Society is going to do soon? Lin Xian asked. They've recently occupied a place in the Blood Forest. It seems like they're plotting something, Wang Li said. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Xian's interest was piqued. He decided to take a look. At this time, the Crimson Dragon had also finished inscribing the array. It was a combination type array called the 12 Azure Cloud Arrays. It was formed by 12 individual small formations. It could be combined to form a super defensive formation, but it could also be used as a defensive formation on its own. Lin Xian set up the 12 formations of green cloud around the courtyard. Together with the courtyards of the other disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion, they formed a super defensive formation. Within this range, they were extremely safe. Even a second Heaven Venerable would not be able to break through. This freshman area became their temporary stronghold. When they moved away in the future, they could leave the clear sky array at any time, and it would be very convenient. How is it, kid? Ben Wang is amazing, right? Don't you admire me a lot? The Crimson Dragon said proudly. Not bad, you deserve a reward. Lin Xian laughed. I'll take you to have some fun. Have fun? The Crimson Dragon was interested. Then, the man and dragon left the academy and flew towards the Crimson Forest. According to the directions given by Wang Li, Lin Xian searched carefully. Soon, he found the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang. It was hard not to find them. This time, the Greedy Wolf Gang had sent out more than 50 people, and they had surrounded a part of the forest. Lin Xian landed and concealed himself. He and the Crimson Dragon hid in the distance and observed. There seems to be the aura of a demonic beast ahead. The Crimson Dragon suddenly frowned. It was very powerful. Demonic beast? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He sensed carefully and could sense some residual aura in the air. It was very powerful and carried a violent and fierce aura. It's so powerful. I'm afraid it's a powerful existence even among the demon generals, Lin Xian said in a low voice. What kind of demonic beast is it? Can you tell? It's too far, and its aura is very weak. I can't tell for now. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and began to check the surroundings. He found that there were many natural treasures in the valley ahead, which made people jealous. Could it be that the Greedy Wolf Gang is eyeing those natural treasures? Lin Xian frowned and watched silently. In front, a group of people from the Greedy Wolf Gang formed a fan shape. Each of them had a powerful aura, and the weakest was a half-step honorable realm. The 3 people at the front were the strongest, and they were all at the second sky of the honorable realm. Especially the person in the middle, he was burly and had dark red skin. He had a bloodthirsty aura. Brother Hua, shall we take action? A young martial artist looked at the various rare spiritual herbs in the valley excitedly. Send some brothers. Be careful, the burly young man said. Next to him were 2 young men in black and white robes, each with a black gauntlet. They stood on both sides. They were the black and white generals of the Greedy Wolf Gang. The burly young man in the middle was the vice president of the Greedy Wolf Gang, Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi waved his hand. Immediately, the black and white generals led 10 martial artists and ran carefully toward the valley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of black shadows dashed out like lightning. They were extremely fast and arrived in the valley in an instant. Heaven crystal fruit. F*ck, Fuluo flower. The group of people looked around excitedly. Those spiritual herbs that were extremely rare in the outside world were actually everywhere at this moment. Attack! These people had greedy looks on their faces as they quickly pounced forward. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew in the valley. Snowflakes began to float in the sky, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. In an instant, the entire valley turned into a world of ice and snow. The cold wind was so cold that even first-rank venerables felt a bone-piercing chill as their bodies shivered. What's the situation? It's cold. F*ck, what the hell? Where did the ice and snow come from? These people's expressions changed drastically. They stopped and looked around cautiously. Hurry up! I don't want to stay here any longer, Black General said in a low voice, somewhat nervous. He felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Those warriors moved again, but just as they moved, a huge figure appeared in the snowstorm. It was like an iceberg, moving slowly. The ground trembled and swayed uncontrollably. The sky was filled with a terrifying pressure that made people feel despair. What's that? Not only were the people in the valley shocked, but even those outside the valley were stunned. They all looked ahead in horror. This is? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The pressure made him fearful as well. However, in the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul and destroyed the terrifying pressure. At this time, miserable cries could be heard from the valley. The iceberg-like figure let out an angry roar, and then it spat out a stream of air. Like an ice river, it swept across heaven and earth and rushed toward the greedy wolf gang. Oh no, retreat! Black General and White General were shocked. They turned into two streaks of light and fled out of the valley. The rest of the warriors also wanted to escape, but they were one step too late. The terrifying ice river covered them. In the next moment, everything was frozen. 10 members of the greedy wolf gang turned into ice sculptures and stayed in the valley forever. Phew! Black General and White General escaped from the valley and heaved a sigh of relief. They had almost turned into ice sculptures. The others looked at everything in the valley, their faces filled with fear. Hua Tianyi also looked at the valley with a gloomy face. Chapter 747. The icy river froze the 10 members of the ravenous wolf gang in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Lin Xian frowned. He circulated his soul power and looked carefully. In his valley, there was a huge figure moving slowly. From time to time, it would let out a low roar that sounded like muffled thunder. Brother Hua, what's that? The members of the ravenous wolf gang trembled in fear. The pressure was too terrifying. They couldn't resist at all. The Black and White Generals also returned. Their faces were pale. So many people went out, but only the 2 of them returned. If I'm not wrong, it should be a demonic beast on the Earth list. Hua Tianyi took a deep breath. He stared at the huge figure in the valley, his eyes full of greed and fear. There were spiritual herbs everywhere in the valley. If they could get their hands on them, it would be a great harvest. Moreover, demonic beasts on the Earth list were full of treasures. It was extremely rare. However, he also knew that demonic beasts on the Earth list were terrifying. They weren't something they could fight against. However, they could try to get their hands on the spiritual herbs in the valley. Let's go! They had to go back and discuss countermeasures. Hua Tianyi said in a deep voice. Seal the news. Don't let anyone know! Then, he took out a purple disc array and poured his spiritual energy into it. It formed an illusion array and covered up the scene. If an ordinary person didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find anything unusual. After doing this, he left with a group of people. After they left, Lin Xian walked out of the forest. He looked at the valley with flickering eyes. Are you sure it's the frost snow beast that's ranked 178 on the Earth list? Yes, it should be it, the Crimson Dragon said. Moreover, this frost snow beast seems to be very weak. It's a good opportunity to make a move. You want to kill it? Lin Xian asked. You're thinking too much. The Crimson Dragon rolled his eyes. This is a demonic beast on the Earth list. How can it be so easy to kill? With your strength, you won't be able to do anything to it. Then what do you mean? This frost snow man is very special. Wherever it is, there will be a snow lantern. Snow lantern? Lin Xian was confused. It's a strange spiritual fruit. It looks like a lantern, so it's called a snow lantern. If you obtain it, it will greatly increase your cultivation. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Let's go back and discuss this. This time, not only do we have to get the snow lantern, we also have to give the greedy wolf gang a big present. Lin Xian's figure flickered, turning into a sword ray and leaving. Academy, freshman area. Lin Xian called the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion over. After those people took the pills, their cultivation improved, and some of them even broke through. All of this was given to them by Lin Xian, so they were very excited when Lin Xian called them over. Older brother Xian, is there a mission? Yeah, boss, I can't wait. Lin Xian smiled. There is indeed a mission, and it is related to the Greedy Wolf Gang. Greedy Wolf Society? It's those damned bastards again. Many people snorted when they heard about the Greedy Wolf Gang. This is a good opportunity for revenge, Lin Xian said. Then, he told everyone about Frost Valley. When everyone heard that there were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the valley, they were all excited. Older brother Xian, should we make a move first? Wang Li asked. Hearing this, the group looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. No, that frost snow beast is too powerful. It's too dangerous to attack rashly. Why don't we let the Greedy Wolf Gang take the front and attack at the right time? Good idea! I've long disliked them. This time, we must trick them to death. Everyone was looking forward to it. While Lin Xian was discussing, the Greedy Wolf Gang was also moving quickly. They gathered their men and prepared to attack. The president of the Greedy Wolf Gang was out on a mission, so this time, the vice president, Hua Tianyi, led the team. Soon, they set off once again. When Lin Xian received the news, he also left with his men. Murong Qingqing was also with him. This mission was special, so he needed a strong helper. Although Murong Qingqing was a woman, she was very powerful, so Lin Xian decided to bring her along. Moreover, after hearing about the snow lantern, Murong Qingqing was also moved. That thing was equally important to her. The group of people did not immediately follow. Instead, they set off after the Greedy Wolf Gang had left. Lin Xian already knew the location of Frost Valley, so there was no need to rush. They were careful along the way and finally arrived at the periphery of Frost Valley. From afar, they could see that the valley was filled with vegetation, birds, and flowers. There was no sign of frost at all. While everyone was puzzled, the Greedy Wolf Gang in front of them suddenly tried to enter the valley. The next moment, a low voice sounded. Then, wind and snow fell from the sky, instantly turning the entire valley into a world of ice and snow. Everyone was stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a magical thing. Is this Frost Valley? It's indeed magical! Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes turned. Suddenly, she exclaimed and covered her mouth with her small hand. The reason for that was because an overlord had appeared in the ravine. Accompanying that overlord was a terrifying, oppressive might. That aura made people's hearts tremble. I've already prepared it! The Crimson Dragon jumped out and threw a circular crystal plate with inscriptions on it. Wear this. The pressure will be reduced a lot. Everyone put it on and felt much more comfortable. Brother Dragon, you're too amazing! The students complimented. They had already accepted the existence of the Crimson Dragon. Moreover, the other party's methods were too magical. The Crimson Dragon looked satisfied. This is nothing. Following Ben Huang will bring great benefits. The snow-white monkey rolled its eyes at the side with a look of disdain. All right, stop fooling around. Lin Xian glared at it, then said in a low voice. Focus. We'll move at any time. In front, the greedy wolf gang had already moved. Hua Tianyi and 2 other experts ran toward the frost snow beast, while the others were led by the black and white generals. They quickly rushed toward the valley. They wanted to attract the frost snow beast's attention so that the others could snatch the treasure. Together with Hua Tianyi was a woman in green clothes, and there was also a muscular man with dark skin. The 3 of them ran toward the frost snow beast in an attempt to attract its attention. Whoosh! Hua Tianyi was the first to attack. A saber aura tore through the sky and slashed at the beast. There was a grayish-white flame on the saber aura. It was like a ghostly flame of the netherworld. Bang! Sizzle! Soon, the saber aura landed on the frost snow beast's body. The terrifying saber aura could tear through the sky, but it did not cause any damage to the beast. When the grayish-white flame touched the frost snow beast's blue ice armor, it emitted a sizzling sound and was quickly extinguished. Although the saber aura did not cause any damage, it angered the frost snow beast. It turned around angrily and stared at Hua Tianyi and the others with its huge eyes. The blue light in its eyes danced, causing the temperature to drop again. It was as if the world had turned into an ice cave. Roar! It roared and spat out an icicle. The icicle shot forward with a snowstorm. Chapter 748. A blue icicle charged towards them, carrying with it a terrifying icy energy. Hua Tianyi and the other 2's expressions changed. They didn't dare to face it head-on, so they could only dodge. The 3 of them turned into streaks of lightning and dashed through the valley, narrowly avoiding the frost snow beast's attack. Then, the 3 of them waved their hands and threw out 6 pitch-black iron chains that wrapped around the frost snow beast. Swoosh! The black chain was like a spirit snake. It was extremely nimble and quickly wrapped around the frost snow beast. Hurry up! Hua Tianyi shouted. Hearing this, the members of the greedy wolf gang moved quickly and ran towards the treasures. In the distance, Lin Xian frowned when he saw this scene. Let's go too, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Let's sneak into the valley first. Be careful, don't attack first. Yes. The group responded and quickly followed Lin Xian. They had the crystal inscriptions given to them by the Crimson Dragon, which could resist the pressure of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was much easier for them to move. The scene was very chaotic. Lin Xian and the others were moving very quickly, and the members of the greedy wolf gang were fighting for the treasures. Therefore, no one noticed the situation at the entrance of the valley. Lin Xian and the others quickly flew in. As soon as they entered the valley, the temperature dropped. The cold wind was bone-chilling and made them tremble. Looking at the treasures and spiritual herbs in the distance, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. However, they didn't act rashly. As they went deeper, the wind and snow between heaven and earth became even colder, as if it was going to freeze everything. Angry roars could be heard in the air, causing people's blood to churn. Waves of terrifying air waves erupted and swept across heaven and earth, causing people's hearts to tremble. These people's hearts trembled. The demonic beasts on the earth ranking were too terrifying. They weren't something they could fight against. Lin Xian was very calm. He had seen many big scenes. Moreover, this was a far cry from the Crimson Dragon when he first saw it. At that time, the Crimson Dragon had just been born. Its huge body was tens of millions of meters long and filled the entire sky. Its terrifying aura was vast and mighty, and even the kings were no match for it. Compared to the Crimson Dragon, this frost snow beast was far inferior. However, it was not something that ordinary people could contend against. However, Lin Xian was extremely astonished by Hua Tianyi and the others. The 6 black chains in their hands were extremely strange. They were actually able to restrain the frost snow beast for a short period of time. Are they chains made of millennium cold iron? The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. All right, now hide here and wait for the next move. Lin Xian waved his hand, his expression solemn. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, in the next moment, the frost snow beast exploded. It roared angrily, and a cold light blossomed from its body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the cold wind passed, everything would turn into ice. It was extremely terrifying. Those who went to snatch the heavenly treasures were even more unlucky. Icicles rose from the ground one after another. They were incomparably sharp and pierced towards everyone. If they were not careful, they would be injured. There was even one person who was directly pierced through. For a moment, all kinds of screams rang out. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion who were hiding in the dark were shocked. Fortunately, they did not act rashly. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a miserable state. "Brother Xian, what should we do now?" Wang Li asked. "Do you remember the formation that I gave you before? Later, you guys will form the formation and trap the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang. As for collecting the heavenly treasures, leave it to Little White." Hearing this, the snow-white little monkey hugged the small bull, and its big eyes narrowed into crescents. "Murong and I will go to another place. You guys have to be careful later," Lin Xian said. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. After being bullied by the Greedy Wolf Gang for so long, they could finally take revenge. In front of them, the Frost Snow Beast roared angrily again. Hua Tianyi and the other two attacked again. The black chains in their hands rattled and emitted a cold light. Like an angry dragon, they entangled the Frost Snow Beast again. "This Frost Snow Beast is very weak. Let's attack with all our strength and trap it again," Hua Tianyi shouted. The green-clothed lady and the tanned man nodded. The three of them attacked and formed a terrifying energy. With the help of the 1,000-year cold iron chain, they fought with the Frost Snow Beast. The Frost Snow Beast was restrained again. Lin Xian saw that it was about time and ordered the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion to prepare the formation. As for him, Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon, he set off deeper into the forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures moved quickly and ran along the edge of the forest, forming a large formation. Then, these people released their spiritual energy and activated the formation, surrounding the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang. "What's going on?" The people from the Greedy Wolf Gang had a good opportunity to snatch the heavenly treasures. However, the scene around them changed drastically. "Is this an illusion formation?" someone exclaimed. "Damn it, we're surrounded! What should we do?" Everyone looked at the black and white generals. "Split into two teams. One team will continue to snatch the spiritual herbs while the other team will attack the formation," the black and white generals shouted. Then, the two of them split up. Buzz! Whoosh whoosh! However, something even stranger happened. The spiritual herbs and fruits in front of them mysteriously disappeared. "Damn it, who is it? Damn it, how dare you provoke the Greedy Wolf Gang? You're dead meat!" Everyone roared and looked around. However, they did not see anyone. On the other side, the people who were attacking the array formation also returned without any success. They couldn't break it at all. "Damn it, we've been tricked!" The black and white generals' faces darkened. It had always been the Greedy Wolf Gang who tricked others. No one dared to do anything to them. "Attack with all your might! We can't be trapped here!" the two of them roared. The current situation was very dangerous. If the Frost Snow Beast went crazy and attacked them, they would be dead meat. The black general attacked while the white general collected the spiritual herbs. Both of them were second-level venerables and were much stronger than the others. Therefore, they were able to achieve great results. In a short time, the white general managed to snatch 3 spiritual herbs. However, the 4th spiritual herb was snatched away by a white light. Humph! The white general snorted and attacked mercilessly. However, the other party was too fast, and he could not hit him. The black general took out 2 terrifying black palms and held them up to the sky. The palms were pitch black and terrifying. They were like demonic mountains as they blasted towards the sky. However, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion did not fight back. They all hid to the side. All they needed to do was to trap these people. In the outside world, the little white monkey hugged the small bull. The spiritual herbs around it kept increasing. The little thing squinted its eyes and looked intoxicated. In a short time, Everyone used the illusion formation to trap the people of the greedy wolf gang. What's going on? In the distance, Hua Tianyi and the other two also noticed something strange. Damn it, there are still people! Who are they? How did they get in? The three of them looked gloomy. Humph, let's not care so much. Just kill them! Hua Tianyi's face was gloomy. Then, he waved his hand and a huge palm appeared. There was a grayish-white flame on the palm. It was extremely demonic and quickly blasted downwards. In an instant, it enveloped the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Chapter 749. Hua Tianyi's terrifying palm attack enveloped the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Disperse! Wang Li shouted. Immediately, the group of people retreated. Boom! The terrifying palm attack missed, and the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered again. Damn it, how dare you fight back! The three Hao brothers were furious. Brothers, beat him up! Immediately, the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion attacked the people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang. With the absolute advantage, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were having a great time. On the other side, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the Crimson Dragons sneaked into the depths of the valley. They did not alert anyone. With the help of the Crimson Dragon's formation, even the Frost Snow Beasts were fooled. Haha, Snow Lanterns, Ben Huang is here! The Crimson Dragon was excited. The nest of the Frost Snow Beasts was right in front of them. The three of them entered and searched quickly. Finally, they found the snow lanterns that the Crimson Dragon had mentioned. They were snow-white and shaped like lanterns. They were the size of fists. There were 5 of them, and Lin Xian had taken all of them. However, he only took the fruits and did not touch the plants. With the snow lanterns in hand, Lin Xian gave one each to Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon. Then, he put the remaining 3 into his storage ring. There's something inside? Suddenly, he frowned and walked in. This is... In the next moment, he was stunned. In the depths of the cave, there were 3 azure blue eggs as big as millstones. Damn good stuff! You can recover your origin if you eat it! The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise, drooling. As if sensing the threat of the Crimson Dragon, the 3 eggs trembled slightly. In the next moment, an angry roar was heard. It was as terrifying as the thunder from the 9 heavens. Oh no, the Frost Snow Beasts have discovered us. Let's go! Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He could no longer care about anything else. He pulled Murong Qingqing and ran. The Crimson Dragon cursed in a low voice. It looked at the 3 azure blue pills unwillingly and left quickly. These 3 eggs had already gained sentience. He had no chance to steal them. If he tried to steal them by force, he might be targeted by the Frost Snow Beast. With his current strength, he was completely unable to defeat that ice beast. Damn it, you 3 little things are lucky! The Crimson Dragon turned into a red light and quickly fled the cave. On the other side, the Frost Snow Beast sensed its child's cry for help. It was enraged. As if it had gone mad, its aura surged, and it broke the 6,000-year-cold iron chains. Bang! A powerful force of wind and snow gushed out, blowing Hua Tianyi and the other 2 away. Damn it, why did this guy suddenly go crazy? The green-clothed woman's face turned pale. Hua Tianyi's expression didn't look good either. They didn't manage to snatch many spiritual herbs, and the frost beast here went crazy again. They were really unlucky. Bang! 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 Huge icicles pierced out from the ground. There were at least 1,000 icicles densely packed together. It was a terrifying sight. In the sky, the river of ice flowed backward. The cold air was oppressive and enveloped the surroundings. Roar! The frost snow beast roared angrily and spat out countless frost, causing the entire valley to freeze. Oh no, this beast has really gone crazy! Hua Tianyi and the other 2's expressions changed drastically. They turned around and left. However, in the next moment, the void rippled, and a terrifying sword chi slashed toward them. It was extremely stunning. The sword chi flashed like a waterfall. It had a sharp aura that caused people's hearts to tremble. In an instant, it slashed at Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi didn't expect a sneak attack at this time. Therefore, when he reacted, the sword chi had already slashed his body. He could only face it head-on. However, the sword chi was too powerful and sent him flying. Bang! Bang! Not only Hua Tianyi, but the other two members of the Greedy Wolf gang were also sent flying. Moreover, they were sent flying in the direction of the Frost Snow Beast. Damn it, who is it? Hua Tianyi went crazy. He used all his strength to stop his body and dodged the Frost Snow Beast's attack with difficulty. He looked around angrily, but he only saw 3 afterimages disappearing in the sky. The ones who launched the sneak attack were Lin Xian and the others. They didn't stop and directly met up with the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Brother Xian! Wang Li and the others saw Lin Xian and cheered in surprise. Let's go, leave the valley, Lin Xian said. Yes. No one delayed and all of them moved quickly. They had all heard the terrifying sound just now. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xian hadn't returned yet, they would have left long ago. At this moment, Lin Xian had returned. They had almost picked all the spiritual herbs. Moreover, they had beaten up the people from the Greedy Wolf gang. There was no reason for them to stay any longer. Let's go! More than 30 people rushed into the sky, turned into rays of light, and left the valley. Not long after Lin Xian left, Hua Tianyi and the other two arrived. Brother Hua! The people from the Greedy Wolf gang wailed. They were all covered in wounds and looked very miserable. What was even more unfortunate was that they didn't manage to snatch many spiritual herbs. This time, it could be said that they had lost. Brother Hua, it's Lin Xian, that kid! Yes, it's the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. We've been tricked. The people from the Greedy Wolf gang turned green. Let's leave here first. Hua Tianyi's eyes were gloomy. His heart was filled with killing intent, but he had to leave first. Roar! Behind them, the Frost Snow Beast ran over. Balls of ice fell and filled the entire sky. Let's go! The people from the Greedy Wolf gang were terrified and ran for their lives. Like stray dogs, they screamed and ran away from the valley. Lin Xian and the others came out of the valley and ran back to the academy. Then, they gathered together and activated the 12 formations of green cloud to form a solid defense. Then, they began to distribute the spiritual herbs. First, there were the snow lanterns. They were given to Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian still had 3 left. He kept one for himself and gave one to the Snow-White Monkey. He planned to make the remaining one into spiritual wine and distribute it to the others from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. As for the spiritual herbs, the Snow-White Monkey had snatched more than 50 stalks, which was enough for everyone. This was a great harvest. Wang Li and the others were in a good mood. Not only are there spiritual herbs and spiritual wine, but more importantly, we taught the Greedy Wolf gang a lesson. Those guys are probably miserable now. How can they not be miserable? If it were me, I would definitely be sullen. But the more miserable they are, the happier I am. Everyone laughed. At this moment, angry voices suddenly came from the sky. Lin Xian, get out here! Dragon Sword Pavilion, come out and die! The voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings and attracting the attention of the other students. Hua Tianyi led more than 30 people and stood in the sky. His body was surging with killing intent as if he wanted to eat people. Not only that, these people were all injured and looked to be in a sorry state. What's going on? Aren't these people from the Greedy Wolf gang? Why are they here again? I heard that they're here to find Lin Xian. Could it be that they're here for revenge? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they're taking revenge, they can't be in such a sorry state. Could it be that it's not because of last time, but because something happened? Everyone guessed and were shocked. Below, Lin Xian and the others sneered when they heard the voice of the Greedy Wolf gang. These bastards came quite quickly. Brother Xian, what should we do? Everyone asked. Since they're here, how can we not meet them? Come, follow me out and see if we can anger them to death. Chapter 750. Lin Xian walked out with the Dragon Sword Pavilion and quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. No way, he still dares to come out. Isn't he courting death? Yeah, the greedy wolf gang has more than 30 people this time. I'm afraid no one can fight against them, right? Everyone shook their heads. In the sky, Hua Tianyi and the rest saw Lin Xian come out, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Humph, kid, no one can save you if you dare to have ideas about the greedy wolf gang. Believe it or not, today will be the day you die. Hua Tianyi's eyes were also cold. He said sternly, hand over those things, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Perhaps this matter can be resolved. Otherwise, just wait to be tortured. I dare guarantee that from today onwards, there will be no place for you in Senma College. Who is this? So arrogant? Hao De sneered. I don't know, looks like a beggar. Lying through your teeth. Is that a beggar? Beggars are much cleaner than them. I think it's a stray dog. Ha ha! The Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples roared with laughter. Lin Xian also looked at the sky with a smile. Apologize? What a joke. He didn't think that the other party would be so kind as to solve the problem with an apology. Moreover, only one of them could exist between him and the greedy wolf gang. Hearing the words of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, the surrounding students were shocked. This was a naked provocation. No, this was a slap in the face in front of everyone. How could the greedy wolf gang tolerate this? Sure enough, before the laughter of the Dragon Sword Pavilion faded, the greedy wolf gang was already furious. You're courting death! The greedy wolf gang was furious. They waved their palms and slapped downward. Boom! The huge light palm was blocked in midair and collided with a light screen, producing a loud boom. Then, the light palm was reflected back. It was blocked. The greedy wolf gang was stunned. Then, their faces became even gloomier. Boom, boom, boom! Another person attacked. Terrifying light beams fell and rushed toward Lin Xian and the rest. However, no one could pass through the light screen. They were all blocked. What? How is this possible? What kind of formation is this? Why is it so powerful? Everyone was dumbstruck. That was the attack of more than 10 experts, yet it actually didn't break through. This defense was too terrifying. Humph, what do a bunch of country bumpkins know? Below, the Crimson Dragon was disdainful. The 12 formations of Azure Cloud was a famous ancient formation. Added with the fact that he had personally set it up, it was extremely powerful. This was something that Lin Xian had specifically requested. It was impossible for these people to break it. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? Why is it so evil? The greedy wolf gang members' expressions turned ugly when they saw that the light screen was still intact. Brat, come out if you dare! The members of the greedy wolf gang shouted angrily. Humph, trash. Come in if you have the ability. This young master will crush you to death with one hand. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion sneered. They would not lose in a war of words. Humph, what Dragon Sword Pavilion? So it's just a bunch of useless cowards who don't even dare to step out of their doors. Io, how are the greedy wolves doing? Isn't it just that you came to the academy a few years earlier? You can't beat the established factions and can only bully the freshmen. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. That's right. What kind of ability is bullying the freshmen? If you have the ability, this young master will also cultivate for a few years and destroy you in a matter of minutes. Wang Li and the others sneered. Lin Xian, this is your Dragon Sword Pavilion? You don't even have the courage to fight. What kind of club are you forming? Hua Tianyi said coldly. I think you're mistaken. Lin Xian laughed. We're not hiding. We're standing here openly. It's your own fault for not being able to enter. How can you blame others? Senior, I only want to ask one thing. Have you wasted so many years of cultivation on dogs? Hearing Lin Xian's arrogant and domineering words, the surrounding students could not help but laugh. This guy really knew how to insult others. You're courting death. Hua Tianyi's pupils shrank as he quickly threw out a punch. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as ripples appeared on the defensive light screen. However, it gradually calmed down and did not shatter. He blocked it! Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Hua Tianyi's face turned ugly. No one dared to underestimate him. Anyone who dared to underestimate him had already been trampled under his feet. Now Lin Xian actually slapped him in the face in front of everyone. This was something he could not tolerate. If it was any other time, he would have already trampled Lin Xian under his feet. However, that damned formation had stopped everything, and he could only watch helplessly. Young Master Hua, let us help you! The girl in green and the dark-skinned man also walked forward and stood side by side with Hua Tianyi. The three experts attacked together. Immediately, the surrounding people exclaimed. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat this time. Even the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were worried. However, Lin Xian was still smiling as he looked at the sky. He was not nervous at all. This was a formation set up by the Crimson Dragon. Others might not know how powerful it was, but he knew. Not to mention Hua Tianyi and the other two, even a third Heaven Venerable might not be able to break it. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. Smiling? I'll make you lie at my feet like a dog in a while. Hua Tianyi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Attack! With a low shout, the three of them attacked together. Their terrifying attacks shook the surroundings, shocking everyone. However, the defensive light screen was still intact. How is this possible? Hua Tianyi was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The three of them were second heaven venerables. When the three of them joined forces, their power was absolutely terrifying. However, they could not break the defensive light screen. What kind of formation was this? It was not only Hua Tianyi. Everyone was puzzled. In particular, the other freshmen were very envious. This was the safest defense base. Looks like your strength is not as good as your mouth. Lin Xian shrugged. Take your time. I'm going to cultivate. With that, he turned and left. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion also looked at the sky mockingly. Then, they all raised their middle fingers. You want to break the formation? In your next life. Go back. The group of people mocked and left as well. Damn it, damn it! Hua Tianyi was so angry that he went crazy. He had a lot of skills, but he could not use them. I don't believe that you will hide in there for the rest of your lives. All of you listen up. Send people to take turns to monitor them. As long as they dare to come out, report to me immediately. Hua Tianyi said hatefully. Then, he waved his sleeve and quickly left. The other members of the Greedy Wolf gang also left. They did not have the face to stay here. Only 2 disciples were left to monitor the movements of Lin Xian and the others. Brother Xian, we are being monitored. It looks like the other party is not willing to give up. Wang Li was a little worried. Monitoring? Then let them monitor us. Lin Xian sneered. Then what should we do? Cultivate. All of you go back and cultivate. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. From now on, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Stay here and cultivate until the freshman assembly begins. Freshman assembly? Everyone's eyes lit up. Then they all laughed. It seemed that the members of the Greedy Wolf gang outside had waited in vain. Chapter 751. In the following days, Lin Xian and the rest did not go out. Instead, they focused on cultivating and preparing for the freshman assembly. A single snow lantern allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to advance and consolidate. Now, the blood and qi in his body were like an ocean, surging and roaring with boundless power. Other than that, he mainly comprehended the 4-season sword technique, and refined some pills in his spare time. His days were full. Soon, more than 10 days had passed, and the freshman assembly was approaching. Lin Xian gathered everyone and said in a deep voice, Tomorrow is the freshman assembly. I don't expect you to get first place, but I want you to do your best to get a satisfactory ranking. Now you are not only representing yourselves, but also the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This time, let them see the glory of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Yes. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted excitedly. All right, go back and relax. Prepare for tomorrow's assembly. The next day, at dawn, the whole of Senmu College was boiling with excitement. Countless freshmen were excited, eager to show off their abilities. They had gone through countless difficulties and finally entered Senmu College, winning the envy of the outside world. However, after coming to Senmu College, everything had to start from scratch. They were the lowest level of freshmen and needed a competition to prove themselves. And the freshman assembly was undoubtedly the best stage. Every year's freshman assembly received special attention because these new blood were likely to soar to the sky in the future. They wanted to use this competition to distinguish who was the real dragon. Lin Xian opened the door and walked out of the courtyard. He saw Murong Qingqing, and the two of them smiled and gathered together. Then, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered together. This time, they were dressed in black with a dragon-shaped sword embroidered on their sleeves. Each of them was high-spirited and extraordinary. Not only them, but all the students in the first area were excited. They could not wait to start the competition. All right, we can temporarily remove the defensive formation. At this time, the ravenous wolf gang will not dare to cause trouble, Lin Xian said with a smile. Whoosh! Soon, a cloud flew over from the distance. It was like a purple mist from the east, carrying a trace of mystery and dominance. Whoosh! In an instant, the purple mist was above the freshman area. The mist rolled and condensed into a figure. It was the middle-aged instructor from before, the square-faced middle-aged man, Instructor Gue. Little guys, are you ready? If you're ready, follow me. After saying that, he turned around and flew into the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless new students followed behind the middle-aged man. Go! Lin Xian took a deep breath and waved his hand. Then, he led the Dragon Sword Pavilion's people into the air as well. Their bodies were like divine rainbows, flying through the sky like a meteor shower. It was very beautiful. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, they flew north of Senmu College. At the same time, countless figures rose up from the other freshman areas, transforming into streams of light and flying away. The scene was spectacular and shocking. All the way to the north, everyone's speed was very fast, but they still flew for half an incense stick's worth of time before gradually slowing down. In front of them, there were mountains and a vast forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Not far away, there was a 10,000 feet tall mountain with steep cliffs, giving off a sharp feeling. However, the peak of the mountain was flat, as if it had been cut off by a sword, and a super-large platform had appeared. Everyone's foothold was the vast platform. Not long after Lin Xian and the others landed, there was another fluctuation in the sky. Two rays of light quickly flew over like thunder. At first, they were the furthest away, but in the blink of an eye, they were above everyone's heads. Along with them was surging spiritual energy, as well as the pressure that was inadvertently released. Every trace of aura was shocking. Lin Xian raised his head and saw the two people in the sky. The person on the left was an old man with a sage-like demeanor, and the person on the right was a young lady in her 20s. However, her eyes revealed a sense of vicissitudes. The combination of a young appearance and the vicissitudes of life could be said to be very strange. However, Lin Xian knew that she should be a powerhouse with a technique to retain her youthful appearance. Although she looked young, her actual age was unknown. She had lived for hundreds of years. The young lady elder swept her gaze below, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There are a few good seedlings this time. Looks like there will be a big change in the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard soon. Then, she lowered her head again and said slowly, The two of us will be hosting this competition. You can call me Elder Hua, and this is Elder Yang. Greetings to the two elders. The freshmen below shouted in unison. That's enough. The young lady elder gestured with her hands, and the freshmen below immediately quieted down. Next, I will talk about the freshman competition. Do you see the mountain peak opposite? There is a golden bell on that mountain peak. The first person to ring it will be first place. Mountain Peak, Golden Bell? The crowd was stunned. This was a little different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that it would be a single elimination competition, but they had not expected it to be such a competition. However, it seemed that this competition would not be too difficult. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge mountain in front of him. To be honest, the mountain peak was not close to where they were, but they could see it clearly because it was too big. The black mountain peak was 10,000 feet tall and pierced through the clouds. It was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through heaven and earth. Not only that, but the mountain also emitted a different kind of aura. It was like a dormant ancient beast, bringing with it a sense of oppression. Seeing everyone's expressions, the young lady elder chuckled. Let's talk about the rewards. The first place will be 1 million spiritual value points, the second place will be 500,000 spiritual value points, and the third place will be 200,000 spiritual value points. The rest will be calculated in this manner. Not only that, the top 3 will also have a chance to enter the Hall of Divine Statues. That is something left behind by a king. If you are lucky, you might be able to obtain the inheritance. Hall of Divine Statues? The king's inheritance! Hearing this, the crowd below was shocked. Then, they were ecstatic. Many people's eyes turned red like rabbits. This news was too shocking. One had to know that a king was the pinnacle existence on this mainland. He was the true ruler. The number of kings on this mainland could be counted with one hand. Now, they had a chance to comprehend the king's stone statue and obtain the king's inheritance. This was too rare. Countless people would go crazy. As expected of Senma College. They even have a king's stone statue. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. At the same time, he became even more determined. He had to take first place this time. However, he soon frowned. Such a generous and attractive reward, but the competition was so simple. It seemed impossible. He looked at the dense forest below. His eyes flickered, and he became vigilant. At this moment, in the sky, Elder Hua also smiled and said, "Seeing that you are so excited, I will remind you that there are many demon beasts in the mountain range. You have to be careful." Chapter 752. Demonic beasts? Everyone was stunned, but they didn't take it to heart. They were proud sons of the heavens and did missions all day long. Why would they care about demonic beasts? Most likely, his greatest enemy would still be these fellow disciples beside him. Lin Xian frowned again. Elder Hua wouldn't have said anything if there wasn't a reason. Could there be some special demonic beast here? His eyes flickered, and he decided to pay attention when the time came. "The freshman assembly begins now," Elder Hua said in a clear voice. Then, countless freshmen were excited. They quickly turned into streams of light, and flew toward the mountain range in the distance. This scene was very spectacular. Perhaps only Senma College could see it. Seeing the backs of the freshmen leaving, the sage-like old man stroked his beard and said, "It seems that not many of them paid attention to your reminder. What does it matter? I've already reminded them. If they don't take it to heart, they can't blame me." Elder Hua curled his lips. "But I'm looking forward to seeing these freshmen in a sorry state." The mentors beside him smiled bitterly. If he didn't make it clear, how would the freshmen know? Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts. They wouldn't say it out loud. Countless freshmen rushed into the forest as fast as lightning, causing a huge commotion. Roar! 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 With the invasion of these freshmen, angry roars came from the forest. The demonic beasts that lived in the forest were furious. They were very dissatisfied with these invaders. Humph! Many people snorted and attacked ruthlessly. Terrifying and gorgeous energy surged out, sending the nearby demonic beasts flying. They were like fierce dragons crossing the river. They were very powerful. However, this angered the demonic beasts in the forest even more. Groups of demonic beasts formed into groups and pounced toward the freshmen. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Blade light and sword shadows, vast spiritual power surged and surged. On the opposite side, the demonic beasts were furious. Their roars shook the sky as they pounced crazily. It was as if two torrents had collided with each other. Shocking energy fluctuations surged out in all directions like tidewater. The entire forest became restless and uneasy. The situation was very chaotic. Not only did the freshmen have to fight with the demonic beasts, but they also had to be wary of the students around them. After all, everyone was an opponent. At this time, the role of the society was displayed. Lin Xian led the Dragon Sword Pavilion and charged quickly. Like a sharp knife, he pierced into the demonic beast army. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. These people were originally experts, and they were all from the same organization. When they worked together, the power they produced was very strong. 1. Lin Xian did not even draw his sword. Instead, he clasped his fingers together, and a stream of sword chi flew out from between his fingers, slashing forward. With a single slash, dozens of demonic beasts in front of him were sliced in half. Their corpses fell to the ground and were instantly trampled into meat paste by the demonic beasts behind. Murong Qingqing's white robes fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending from the heavens. Every time she struck out with her palms, the wind from her palms was so sharp that it created a vacuum in front of her. With the two of them taking the lead, the other party's speed increased greatly. The demonic beasts on both sides were cleaned up by the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They had consumed quite a number of medicinal pills. In addition, they had been cultivating diligently during this period of time. Their strength had greatly increased compared to when they had entered the academy. These demonic beasts were nothing to worry about. Seeing that Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Pavilion had taken the lead, the scattered students also began to gather together to fight against the demonic beasts. Among them, there were a few groups that were very powerful. They did not seem to be weaker than Lin Xian. Lin Xian spread out his soul force and discovered that those groups were led by some experts. It seemed that he was not the only one who had formed a club. The others had also made preparations. "Follow closely, I'm going to speed up," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, the spiritual energy in his body surged and his speed increased once again. The sword light at his fingertips became even sharper. Spring rain silk! Countless sword chi surged like spring rain, penetrating all openings. They quickly shot forward and pierced through the demonic beasts in front of them. The other groups were not to be outdone. They quickly charged forward, trying to shake off the others. For a moment, a tense atmosphere filled the forest. Not long after, they arrived at the depths of the forest. The demonic beasts here were even more powerful. There were even demonic generals. They were demonic beasts comparable to martial supremacies. Moreover, they had gained intelligence and could control demonic beasts. They brought great trouble to the new students. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the others were powerful and were not affected much. However, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind them could not keep up. After all, they were only ordinary geniuses. The stronger ones had only reached the first level of martial supremacy. Compared to Lin Xian, there was still a huge gap. "Brother Xian, don't worry about us. You guys go first. You must get first place. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is mighty." Those people looked at Lin Xian excitedly. "All right, be careful," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he turned around and his eyes bloomed. The aura on his body became even more fierce, like a peerless divine sword that was quickly awakening. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, he was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. He rushed forward quickly, and wherever he passed, the void trembled. Any demonic beast that was touched by the sword light instantly turned into a bloody mist. Not a single one was spared. It was too spiritual. Nothing could stop it. There was even a demonic general who tried to stop it, but it was pierced through the chest. Wherever Lin Xian passed, a vacuum appeared. Beside him, Murong Qingqing had a smile on her face. She was like a fairy beside him. They were not the only ones. The other teams also adopted the same method. Those powerful warriors left the team and began to go on their own. Lin Xian saw several powerful figures rushing out towards the huge mountain. He no longer held back and moved out with Murong Qingqing. The two of them were like shocking rainbows. After killing along the way, they finally rushed out of the horde of demonic beasts and arrived at the foot of the huge mountain. From afar, they only felt that the black mountain was so tall that they could not see the top. Now that they were at the foot of the mountain, they were even more shocked by the aura. That sentence was like a primordial beast that made him tremble. Compared to him, those new students were not even comparable to ants. However, these insignificant new students wanted to conquer this mountain. Let's go! Lin Xian took the lead and rushed in. Roar! A purple python with a pair of wings on its back pounced on Lin Xian when it saw him in the air. A black shadow flashed and pounced on Lin Xian. Get lost! Lin Xian roared and punched out with his right fist. On his golden fist, electric arcs flashed and intertwined to form a dragon head that exploded the purple python. A bloody mist sprayed out as the huge corpse fell, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Those who rushed over from behind were shocked when they saw that. It was too powerful. It was like a humanoid beast. However, just as the giant python fell to the ground and died, several cold glints suddenly lit up and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. Their speed and timing were good. It was obvious that they were experts. Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect that someone would dare to assassinate him. Spirit energy surged from his body and turned into countless sword shadows that swept in all directions. Ding! 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 A series of hurried sounds rang out. Countless cracks appeared in the void and sparks flew. Several figures appeared in the void and retreated continuously. Chapter 753. Several figures retreated from the void and landed on the mountain path. At the same time, more than 10 martial artists surrounded Lin Xian. These people had cold expressions and powerful auras. They were all in the honorable realm. There was a red sun on their chests that seemed to be rising. They are Zhou Su's men. They are from the Rising Sun Hall, Murong Qingqing said. Zhou Su? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He remembered that there was a fierce young man who had confronted him in the True Spirit Hall. He had almost forgotten about it. He did not expect the other party to make a move at this time. Kid, if you know what's good for you, stay where you are. The 10 figures around him snorted and stepped out at the same time. Their auras erupted and swept out in all directions like waves. These people were all in the honorable realm. This was too terrifying. Even a level 2 honorable realm would not be able to withstand the combined forces of 10 level 1 honorables. And now, these people had joined forces to stop Lin Xian. The freshmen who had rushed over were also shocked. They did not stay and left quickly. They did not want to be implicated and did not want to stand out, so they left very quickly. Kid, the first place of the freshman competition is Brother Su's. Don't even think about it. One of the young martial artists snorted. Brother Su? Lin Xian sneered. If he was so confident, he wouldn't have stopped me. Humph, Brother Su doesn't take you seriously. This time, he just wants to teach you a lesson. Attack! The young man shouted coldly. Then, the surrounding figures rushed out quickly. Attack! Lin Xian said to Murong Qingqing beside him. Then, their auras erupted and blasted out in all directions. Murong Qingqing waved his hands and surrounded the 5 people nearby. Lin Xian also pulled out the wind shadow sword and a terrifying sword radiance swept out in all directions. A great battle broke out and terrifying spiritual energy surged. 1,000 miles away, a special place was formed. The freshmen and demonic beasts did not dare to come close. The sword radiance was like the wind and the swift spiritual energy arrived in front of a martial artist in an instant. Condense! The martial artist condensed an armor and punched out with both fists. Crack, crack! However, he had underestimated Lin Xian's sword light. In an instant, it had cut through his defense and left a sword mark on his body. If he hadn't shown mercy, this sword strike would have been enough to take his life. Lin Xian had already entered the honorable realm, and become a true honorable realm. His strength had already reached the second level of the honorable realm. Therefore, he did not feel any pressure when facing these first-rank venerables. As the 4 swords pierced out, the 4 first-level venerables were injured and retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to continue fighting. Only the young man who spoke earlier was left in the field. That young man was called Yin Feng. He was very powerful and had already reached the peak of the first level of the venerable realm. This time, he had received Zhou Su's orders to stop Lin Xian. He had a life-saving first-level venerable in his hands, so he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. But now, in just an instant, the 4 warriors had already fallen, leaving only him. Humph! Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am! Yin Feng roared and waved his fists. He immediately used his martial soul. 2 balls of light condensed on his fists. 1 ball of green light formed a terrifying storm, while the other ball of brown light was like a rock on the earth. Yin Feng had actually comprehended 2 elements. Taste my double kill fist! Terrifying spiritual energy surged. The 2 elements carried a terrifying attack and began to surge towards Lin Xian. Double element? Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. If the other party was someone else, it might be effective. But against him, there was no chance at all. In his hands he had more than just 2 elements. Therefore, facing Yin Feng's attack, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In the next moment, he waved the wind shadow sword and a fiery red sword aura surged out. Flames shot out in all directions and a heatwave surged into the sky. There were even golden arcs of lightning circling around the flames. The lightning and fire intersected, and it was terrifying. What, the lightning and fire elements? Yin Feng's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to also have 2 elements. The funny thing was that he did not know that the lightning and fire elements were only 2 of Lin Xian's many elements. If he were to reveal the truth, he would probably faint from shock. The lightning and fire sword aura surged and slashed Yin Feng's attack away. Then, it quickly slammed into Yin Feng's body. Puff! Yin Feng spat out blood and fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect that he would be defeated in one move. At the same time, Murong Qingqing also stopped attacking. Under her feet, 5 first-level Honorable Realm experts were wailing. 10 first-level Honorable Realm experts were defeated in an instant. The eyelids of the passing freshmen twitched when they saw this scene. Zhou Su, right? Since you provoked me, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He ignored the 10 fellows on the ground and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. Whoosh! Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing left once again. Just as Lin Xian was charging toward the mountain peak, there were also a few powerful figures in other directions. They led the crowd and rushed toward the mountain peak. One of them was tall and straight. His aura was sharp like a sword that could kill. What, Lin Xian? He's just a clown. The first place of the freshmen this time is mine. Zhou Su's eyes shone brightly. He was full of confidence. Whoosh! In the distance, a shocking saber light lit up and split a beast in half. Xiao Li's expression was cold as he rushed toward the mountain peak. Lin Xian, I look forward to fighting with you. On the other side, Dongfang Fengwang, Lan Bai, Xin Yaotian, and the others were charging with all their might. The mountain peak was very tall and dangerous. After climbing the mountain path, Lin Xian realized that he could not fly because it was too dangerous. Therefore, he and Murong Qingqing chose to go on the ground. In the forest, a pair of sharp claws appeared and grabbed at the 2 of them. The sword light flashed and destroyed the claws. At this moment, dozens of dark green vines quietly approached Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing like poisonous snakes, waiting for the right time. Whoosh! Suddenly, the vines burst out and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian. The vines had poisonous thorns that could easily kill an honorable martial artist. In an instant, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were entangled and quickly pulled backward. Gulp! Two huge brown petals suddenly opened like two terrifying mouths with sharp saw teeth on them. They bit toward the two of them. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The armor on his body flashed and shattered the vines. At the same time, he threw a punch. Terrifying flames intertwined and formed a fire beast that burned the man-eating demonic flower. On the other side, a crystal lotus appeared on Murong Qingqing's body. It was very dreamy and cut the other party in an instant. Then, the 9-petaled lotus danced in the air and formed a terrifying rotating force that shredded all the plants within 100 meters. What a terrifying woman! Lin Xian wiped the sweat off his face and quickly walked up. We're almost halfway there. Most of the beasts here are at the demon general level, Lin Xian said in a low voice. I wonder what terrifying things there will be at the top. I have a feeling that Elder Hua's reminder is hinting at something, Murong Qingqing said. Chapter 754. Murong Qingqing was a little worried about Elder Hua's warning. Lin Xian nodded as well. Let's be careful. There might be some powerful beasts up there. The two of them were on high alert as they headed up the mountain. Their journey was smooth. Are we worrying too much? Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. Maybe. Murong Qingqing furrowed his brows. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. It turned into rolling thunder and shook the surroundings. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye quickly spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, rocks and trees would be destroyed. This is... Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were shocked as they looked up in disbelief. They were just starting to doubt Elder Hua's warning when something happened. Help! Countless screams could be heard as many martial artists escaped from above. Their faces were filled with shock. Boom! 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 The ground trembled as rows of trees fell. A huge black shadow walked in the forest with a terrifying aura. Below, countless martial artists were fleeing in a sorry state. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also retreated to a safe place and looked up. In the forest above, 100-meter-tall giant ape walked upright. Its body was covered in fur, and there was a vertical eye in the middle of its head. There were 8 arms on both sides of its body that were constantly waving. Every time it waved, it would bring about a shocking aura. Bang! The 8 arms waved and sent the martial artists in front flying. It even created a vacuum in the forest. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. The 8-armed demon ape. It was ranked 197th on the Earth board. Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice. No wonder Elder Hua warned us. There is a hidden Earth board demonic beast here. Lin Xian's face darkened. An adult 8-armed demon ape was extremely powerful. It was probably at least a 5th-layer martial honor. Fortunately, the 8-armed demon ape in front of them did not have a member. It was only in its infancy, and its strength was equivalent to a 3rd-layer martial honor. Although it could not fight back, it could still escape. Boom! The 8-armed demon ape waved its arms, and they were like 8 heavenly pillars that shot out in all directions. One of the palms just so happened to be aimed at Lin Xian and Li Jie. Everything near the palm was shattered, and a powerful aura enveloped Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, as if it was going to crush them. As expected of a demonic beast ranked on the Earth rankings. It's already so strong in its infancy. Lin Xian could feel the pressure. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He took a step back and retreated. Before the palm arrived, the terrifying palm wind had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. Murong Qingqing retreated as well. As soon as the two of them left, the Vajra palms slammed down and cracked the ground. A bottomless black hole appeared in the center. The strength of the 8-armed demonic ape shocked everyone. Those freshmen who wanted to go over were all blasted down. Many people looked forward with ugly expressions. The road up the mountain had been blocked, so they could only break through. However, when faced with this terrifying 8-armed demon ape, no one had any information. Let's go to the sky. Many people looked at the sky and had a new idea. Suddenly, someone gave it a try. His body flashed, and he turned into a shocking rainbow and rushed into the sky. The 8-armed demon ape was only 100 meters tall. They just had to cross this line of defense. Many people had the same idea, but in the next moment, their expressions changed again. This was because a huge black shadow had appeared in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Within the dark cloud, there was a pair of scarlet rays of light. They were like two suns hanging in the sky. Accompanying them was a terrifying aura. The aura was even stronger than the 8-armed demon apes. "This is a demonic beast!" Everyone was shocked, and the martial artists in the sky ran for their lives. Boom! A gray aura gushed out and filled the sky, surrounding the few people in the sky. One of them threw out a middle-grade spiritual rank shield, and it turned into a 10-meter defensive barrier in the sky. However, it was corroded by the gray mist in an instant. Chi-chi. A black hole appeared in the middle of the shield and gradually expanded. In the end, the entire shield turned into a pool of molten iron. What? How can this be? Countless people were shocked. The gray mist was too terrifying. Even a middle-grade spiritual rank artifact could not withstand it. At this moment, no one dared to think about escaping in the sky. Roar! The few people in the sky ran away, but the 8-armed demon ape on the mountain road roared angrily. It waved its 8 arms and roared towards the sky. Roar! In the sky, the demonic beast in the shape of a black cloud roared as well. It let out a low roar, and its aura was boiling. The confrontation between the two powerful demonic beasts made the atmosphere tense to the extreme. The hearts of many of the freshmen were also in their mouths, as they watched nervously. It was not impossible to let the two demonic beasts fight. This way, they would have a chance to escape. Lin Xian thought in his heart. In the next moment, he had an idea. After reminding Murong Qingqing in a low voice, Lin Xian activated the great dragon sword soul. He controlled the spiritual qi between heaven and earth and condensed an arm near the 8-armed demon ape. It looked almost the same as the 8-armed demon ape's arm. At the same time, he used the concept of wind, causing a violent wind to blow in the sky. Their vision became dark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian used the arm condensed from spiritual qi to grab a small mountain and threw it into the sky. Boom! Like a meteorite, it flew up into the sky. Roar! In the sky, the demonic beast in the shape of a black cloud was enraged. It spat out even more gray mist towards the 8-armed demon ape. When the 8-armed demon ape saw the other party attack, it roared as well. It waved its 8 arms and threw the nearby boulders and trees into the sky. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and revealed its blood-red fangs. Countless amounts of spiritual qi condensed in front of it. Together with the powerful demonic energy, it formed a yellow energy ball. The energy that overflowed from it was enough to kill any martial artist below the 3rd heaven venerable realm. Let's go! Lin Xian shouted and left with Murong Qingqing. The two of them were very fast. They turned into rays of light and rushed towards the mountain top. The others also reacted and fled. The battle between the two demonic beasts was definitely not something they could contend with. They might as well take the opportunity to leave. Lin Xian took the lead and quickly ran forward. Fortunately, the two demonic beasts appeared at the same time and started fighting. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. If that was the case, with Lin Xian's means, he would have to put in some effort. The higher they went, the stronger the demonic beasts. Moreover, they appeared more frequently. Many people complained in their hearts. They originally thought that the competition would be easy, but they did not expect it to be so dangerous. It's not even as good as the arena competition. Damn, it's another demonic beast from the Earth list. Many people screamed and already had thoughts of retreating. This time, the demonic beast from the Earth list was equally terrifying. It was a demonic wolf that controlled a pack of wolves. 10,000 wolves galloped with a terrifying momentum and chased after the crowd. Run for your life! Everyone screamed and used all their strength to escape. Lin Xian also dodged quickly. At this time, the advantage of an Earth-rank martial art was displayed. Countless afterimages covered the mountain stream, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chapter 755. Roars could be heard from time to time in the dense forest, and countless flashes of light could be seen. Along with them were terrifying energy waves. With the appearance of the Earth leaderboard monsters, the freshman assessment was divided into two groups. The weaker martial artists could not pass at all, while the stronger martial artists could only run all the way to the mountain peak. Above the clouds, the elders of Senmu College were watching the scene below. Interesting. These little guys are stronger than we expected, the sage-like elder said with a smile. Elder Huan narrowed his eyes. Humph, I think they should know my warning by now. But there are still surprises waiting for us. The group of people looked at the mountain range below and kept talking. In the mountain range below, Lin Xian used his Earth rank status and increased his speed to the maximum. He quickly avoided the monster's attacks and left with Murong Qingqing. Gradually, they approached the mountain peak. However, the environment there was even more dangerous. Almost all the monsters were demon generals. Fortunately, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had extraordinary skills. Otherwise, they would not have been able to deal with them. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A terrifying and sharp force pierced toward Lin Xian's back. Clang! Murong Qingqing waved his hand and cast a lotus flower to block the attack. Then, the two of them looked behind them cautiously. There was a monster there. Its body was covered in scales, and there was a sharp spike on its head that flickered with a cold light. Around it, there was a flash of light. It was like a rapidly dancing light, flickering and flickering. The monster stared at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The light on its body flickered even more intensely. Finally, it gradually became translucent and rushed toward them. What is that? Lin Xian was shocked. He had never seen such a monster before. The floating light beast was good at hiding and assassinating. It was very difficult to deal with, Murong Qingqing said in a low voice. As he spoke, the floating light beast had already rushed up. Its figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Buzz! Lin Xian frowned and quickly moved to the side. Poof! In the next moment, a sharp spike appeared where he was originally standing, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This attack was truly strange. Fortunately, his soul force was outstanding and he was able to sense it in advance. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have already been injured. However, even though the floating light beast was strange, it was still not enough to injure it. The sword chi in his body surged, forming a sword chi field with a diameter of 10 meters around Lin Xian, spinning rapidly. Streaks of sword chi were as fast as lightning as they intertwined with one another, seemingly capable of destroying everything. With this sword chi domain, Lin Xian was not afraid of the floating light beast's sudden attack. On the other side, Murong Qingqing was surrounded by 9-petaled lotuses, forming a screen of light that was equally powerful. Clang! Clang! The floating light beast's attacks were all blocked by the two of them. Damn, you're addicted? Lin Xian was a little angry when he saw that the floating light beast refused to give up. Then, he pulled out the Wind Shadow sword and swung it. Red Storm! Countless sword chi surged, forming a huge and terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. The terrifying sword chi swept out, destroying everything. Roar! Puff! Puff! No matter how strange the floating light beast was, it was only a 1-star demon general. In terms of attack power, it was no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, when it was surrounded by the sword chi, it was quickly pierced through. Gulp! Its illusory body appeared, and it fell to the ground with countless light swords stabbed into it. Humph! Lin Xian withdrew his long sword and snorted coldly. At this moment, Murong Qingqing's expression changed slightly. She quickly reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and saw the void ripple beside him, and a few more figures appeared. There were 4 floating light beasts. 3 of them were 1-star demon generals, and the larger one in the middle was a 2-star demon general. With such a lineup and that strange attack, it was really terrifying. When Lin Xian saw this, he pursed his lips and muttered, "There's more?" Murong Qingqing sighed. "Let's go. Our target is not them, but the mountaintop." Lin Xian nodded. He could use his trump card to kill these floating light beasts, but this was not a hunting competition. It was a competition of speed and time. Therefore, the 2 of them looked at each other and quickly left. Their figures flashed and disappeared like 2 rainbows. Roar! When the 4 floating light beasts saw Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing escaping, they roared angrily. Their bodies turned transparent, and they quickly chased after them. Fortunately, the 2 of them had exquisite movement techniques and managed to shake off the floating light beasts. In the end, the 2 of them finally left the belly of the mountain and arrived at the mountaintop. Seeing the mountaintop in front of them, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from behind them, followed by several powerful auras. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing turned around and saw Shaoli, Lan Bai, Dongfang Fenghuang, and the others rushing out of the forest. Behind them were several powerful demon generals. It seemed that they had all been attacked by the demon generals. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Soon, he frowned again because the demon generals behind them did not stop attacking. Instead, they continued to chase after them. In this way, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing would also be surrounded. When Dongfang Fenghuang saw Lin Xian, her face lit up. She revealed a sly smile and flew directly toward them. "Damn it! That crazy woman!" Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and he quickly left. It was no joke to be surrounded by so many demon generals. These prodigies did not fight head-on. Instead, they chose to retreat and set off toward the mountaintop. Rays of light lit up like countless shooting stars across the sky. Finally, the group arrived at the mountaintop, but they did not see the golden bell. It seemed that they still had to look for it. Buzz! Lin Xian looked around, trying to find the golden bell. Suddenly, an ear-piercing demonic sound came from behind, accompanied by a terrifying force that pierced toward him. "Be careful!" Murong Qingqing shouted. Lin Xian's heart sank. He quickly turned around, drew the wind shadow sword, and swept it out. Boom! The terrifying attack from behind collided with the wind shadow sword, creating a terrifying sound of impact. It was as if 100,000 mountains had crashed into him. The force made Lin Xian's expression change. He snorted coldly, and an even more powerful spiritual force erupted from his body. At the same time, his body fluttered and dissipated the force. With 9 transformations, Lin Xian dissipated the terrifying force and landed lightly on the ground like a feather. Then, he stared coldly in front of him like a sword. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." Lin Xian's voice was cold. His opponent was too vicious. Not only did he launch a sneak attack, but he also wanted to knock him off the mountaintop. He stared at Zhou Su, and a murderous aura gathered in his eyes. It was fierce and terrifying. "Want to die? Let's see if you have the right to do so," Zhou Su sneered. His body swayed, and he stepped on Lin Xian's head. A powerful force fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out. His golden fist carried the light of lightning, and it rushed into the sky like an angry dragon. The two collided, and a terrifying force exploded, causing the ground to crack. "Not good, he's crazy!" The surrounding martial artists' expressions changed drastically. They left the cliff and ran toward the center. Chapter 756. The violent tremors caused many martial artists to run towards the center of the mountain. Only there could they safely avoid the attacks of the demonic beasts. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. He punched towards the sky to confront Zhou Su. Boom! Terrifying energy surged. The two exchanged a few blows and then distanced themselves. Either of them left. Instead, they faced each other. At this moment, The demon generals in the distance also caught up. 3 huge creatures surrounded Lin Xian and Zhou Su. Zhou Su did not care about being surrounded by the demon generals. He stared at Lin Xian with a sinister smile. "Today, I will let you know my power!" Lin Xian's eyes were cold. Sword chi surged on his body as he prepared to attack with all his might. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon suddenly said, "Kid, hurry up and leave. There is a big guy below. You can't handle it." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The Crimson Dragon was an old monster. For it to issue a warning at this time, it was enough to show how dangerous the situation was. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian rushed into the sky and flew into the distance. Roar! 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 Lin Xian dodged all the attacks of the 3 demon generals. "Ha ha ha! How dare you run away without a fight?" Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. Boom! Before his voice could fade away, the ground beside him suddenly split open. A gigantic tail swept out and killed a demonic general. "What?" Zhou Su's expression changed. He did not expect such a shocking change. That was a 2-star demon general. How could it be killed just like that? What kind of monster is below? At this moment, he could no longer care about mocking Lin Xian. He also fled quickly. Boom! 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 The black tail swept across like a sharp heavenly blade and instantly killed the 3 demon generals. Then, the entire ground began to tremble as if a peerless demon was about to appear. Demonic chi condensed together like smoke and rushed into the sky. The ground cracked open and another black tail, accompanied by a smoky demonic chi, rushed out of the ground. Boom! The tails danced and slapped the ground nearby as if they were about to shatter the entire mountain. Lin Xian and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they watched this scene nervously. They didn't think that there would be such a terrifying thing at the top of the mountain that could easily kill a 2-star demon general. This was not something they could contend against. Whoosh! In the next moment, a tail as thick as a mountain pressed down on the crowd. Disperse! It was unknown who shouted, but the people in the center immediately scattered. Boom! The black tail fell, bringing with it a thick demonic aura. It smashed the ground. An endless demonic aura spread out in all directions. Even more black tails appeared, a total of 9, dancing in the sky, incomparably terrifying. Above the tail, the demonic aura condensed into large black hands that grabbed at the crowd. One of them was aiming for Lin Xian. 1. A shocking sword radiance lit up. The sword radiance was like a long rainbow as it instantly slashed at the black demonic aura hand. As the sword chi collided with the palm trembled slightly, and cracks began to appear on its surface. However, in the next instant, boundless demonic chi wrapped around it, and the palm was completely unharmed. "Let's go!" Lin Xian's pupils constricted. His previous attack was enough to kill a 2-star demon general, but against this monster, it didn't cause any damage. This was simply too inconceivable. Therefore, he didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he met up with Murong Qingqing. "Are you alright?" Murong Qingqing asked with concern. "I'm fine." Lin Xian shook his head. "Let's go find the golden bell first." Murong Qingqing nodded. "This isn't the real top of the mountain. I don't think the golden bell is here." Indeed, Lin Xian and the others were already at the top of the mountain, but it wasn't the highest place. The highest place was the mountain in the distance. That was the highest peak of the mountain. Not only Lin Xian, but the others also thought of this point. Therefore, many of them quickly moved and ran toward the highest peak. Boom! The palm formed by the black demonic aura slammed down, blocking everyone's path. It seemed that this mountain was not easy to reach. Everyone was anxious. The mountain peak was right in front of them. Whoever could reach it first would be the champion of this conference. Not only could they obtain 1,000,000 spiritual value points, but they could also obtain a chance to comprehend the King's Stone statue. This kind of opportunity was very rare. It might only come once in a lifetime. Therefore, no one wanted to give up. We can only give it a try. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His gaze gradually focused, and his body emitted a sharp aura. Murong Qingqing, Zhou Su, Dongfang Fengwang, and the others also used their full strength, preparing to attack. These people were powerful. They could be said to be the peak of the freshmen. Perhaps only they could break through. In the sky, the elders of Senmu College were paying close attention to everything. Some of the other mountains and Senmu College's senior students were also paying attention. After all, the strength of the freshmen was also related to their future. If a powerful freshman appeared, they would either subdue him or become one of them. If that didn't work, then they could only suppress him. After all, no one would ignore a threat. Lin Xian and the others stood out from the crowd and flew toward the highest mountain peak. The terrifying demon beast underground seemed to have noticed this as well. The palm formed from demon chi attacked together with the black tail. Not only that, but there was also a low roar coming from the ground as if a peerless demon had awakened. The sound was low and contained terrifying energy. It caused the surrounding mountains to collapse and turn into powder. Then, the ground cracked open. Countless demon chi condensed and formed a huge black waterfall. It hung upside down from the sky and blocked Lin Xian and the others' path. The demon chi surged like a black demon wall. It stood in front of them and connected the heavens and the earth. Lin Xian and the others' faces were gloomy as they stopped. They were not the only ones. Even the senior students who were watching gasped. They did not expect such a terrifying demon beast to appear. Judging from its aura, it's at least a 3-star demon general. Not to mention these freshmen, even those on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard might not be able to fight against it. Many people shook their heads and could only mourn for the freshmen. Above the black demon wall, the demon chi surged and formed countless black tentacles again. They grabbed at Lin Xian and the others. The tentacles turned into ferocious heads and let out ear-piercing screams. Lin Xian and the others' faces were ugly. The situation had gone beyond their control. The power was too terrifying. They would be injured if they touched it. However, if they could not pass through it, they would not be able to reach the peak, let alone ring the golden bell. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to risk it all. His expression was solemn and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Sharp sword chi surged out of his body as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. He stomped his foot and turned into a light sword, charging out quickly. What? Is this kid crazy? Zhou Su and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. The senior students were also shocked. Charging out at this time was no different from courting death. Above the clouds, Elder Hua and the sage-like elder nodded slightly when they saw this. Kid, you're quite brave, the sage-like elder said with a smile. Not bad, but I wonder how strong you are. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. Chapter 757. Lin Xian turned into a sword aura and rushed towards the demonic wall in front of him. This action made everyone exclaim. At the same time, they shook their heads and lamented that Lin Xian was too stupid. Zhou Su snorted coldly with disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Xian was courting death. Boom! The sword aura soared into the sky and turned into the shape of a dragon. It roared ferociously and plunged into the demonic wall. The demonic aura shook violently, then it began to calm down as if nothing had happened. This is... Everyone was puzzled. They did not know what this meant. Did Lin Xian pass or not? Murong Qingqing's expression changed slightly. 9 lotus flowers surrounded her like a fairy. She stepped on the lotus platform and flew out as well. When the others saw this, they were silent for a moment, then gritted their teeth and followed behind. When Zhou Su saw this, he snorted coldly and turned into a sword aura. He would not let these people succeed, especially Lin Xian, because the first place was his. The sword aura flashed, and an ancient giant sword appeared in the air. It was 100 meters long, and quickly slashed forward. Dongfang Fahuang's palm danced and a strong spiritual force surged out, condensing into a flaming phoenix. It screeched to the sky and plunged into the demonic wall. Murong Qingqing stepped on the lotus platform, her white robe fluttering. She controlled the 9-petaled lotus to form a blade and slashed down. These people all used their methods, entering the demonic wall, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Everyone looked up to see if these new geniuses could successfully break through. In particular, the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion who arrived later clenched their fists and prayed in their hearts. On the entire mountain top, there were only the low roars of peerless demonic beasts and the whistling of demonic tales. The others watched in silence. The silence lasted for a while before it was broken. That was because the tall demonic wall had changed again. Demonic aura surged and a black vortex appeared on the other side of the demonic wall. It spun faster and faster as if something was about to come out. Poof! Buzz! In the next moment, a sword aura soared into the sky and flew out of the demonic wall towards the highest mountain. It's out! It's really out! Everyone exclaimed. It's a sword aura! Could it be Zhou Su? No, it's Lin Xian! Everyone looked carefully and discovered that the first person to come out was Lin Xian. Originally, everyone thought that it would be the powerful Zhou Su, but they didn't expect that the first to come out would be Lin Xian. Soon, the demonic wall rolled and another figure flew out. This time, it was Murong Qingqing, whose white robes were whiter than snow. Like an otherworldly fairy, he stepped on a 5-colored lotus platform and floated towards the peak of the mountain. Soon, she was standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xian. Puff! Puff! The demonic wall behind him surged, and those figures all came out, flying towards the mountain peak. Dong Fong Feng Wang was clad in a fiery red armor that accentuated her exquisite figure. She was like a goddess of fire, causing people to gasp in admiration. Xiao Li's saber aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying crack appeared on the demonic wall. Zhou Su's expression was ice-cold. The sword energy on his body soared into the sky. A huge sword of light condensed under his feet, as if a sword god had appeared. These people used their methods to rush out of the demonic wall. They all landed on the peak of the mountain. Behind them, the demonic aura rolled and condensed again, but it didn't chase after them. Instead, it stood there. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, some people in the crowd tried to break through and succeeded. Among them were Shen Yaotian, Lan Bai, and the others. A total of 7 people stood on the peak of the mountain, looking at each other with hostility. Below, everyone held their breaths. They knew that the number 1 new student would emerge from these people. I didn't expect 7 people to be able to break through the demonic wall. This year's new students are really interesting. Elder Hua was very surprised. In the distance, the senior students who were watching the battle also looked solemn. The strength of these new students was beyond their expectations. It seemed that this year's new students were even more terrifying than they had imagined. On the peak of the mountain, the 7 figures stood in 4 different directions, maintaining a certain distance from each other. The 7 of them were able to come here, which was enough to prove their strength. However, only one person could be number 1, and only one person could comprehend the King's Stone statue. Therefore, they had to use all their strength to defeat the other 6. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian stood together, which was considered an alliance. The others stood alone and didn't intend to form an alliance. After all, at this time, they were all worried and didn't dare to form an alliance with others. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, who had formed an alliance, became the target of everyone's attention. 5 pairs of eyes looked at the 2 of them with a trace of vigilance. Everyone, I think we have to get rid of someone first. Otherwise, the 2 of them forming an alliance will be too big a threat to us. Zhou Su smiled evilly and stared at Lin Xian. After hearing this, the others frowned even more. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He stared at Zhou Su, and suddenly, his body swayed and rushed out quickly. This attack was very sudden. In an instant, Lin Xian was in front of Zhou Su, and the wind shadow sword in his hand slashed down quickly. The sword light was like a sudden clap of thunder, extremely powerful. Boom! Zhou Su also unsheathed his sword. The simple blue longsword turned into a stream of light and met the attack. The sword chi circled around and collided continuously, forming rays of light that shook continuously. Both of them were experts in the sword, and at this moment, they were evenly matched. Boom boom! Boom boom! In an instant, the two long swords clashed more than 100 times. The terrifying sound of metal clashing shook the surroundings, and a large amount of sword chi flew in all directions. The surrounding mountains and rocks were shattered, and the ground was filled with countless sword holes. Kid, today I'll show you what a real expert in the way of the sword is. Zhou laughed wildly. You don't have the right to say that. Lin Xian counterattacked with his sword and rushed forward again. Bang! Zhou slashed down with his blue longsword. The brilliant sword light was like a vast ocean, and like the vast stars, it enveloped Lin Xian. His first attack was a consummate skill, sea of stars connecting heaven. Boom boom boom! This attack forced Lin Xian to retreat. Ha ha ha, you're really pitifully weak. Zhou laughed. Do you want to call your companions and attack together? It's not so troublesome to deal with you. Lin Xian was forced to retreat, but he was not angry. On the contrary, his expression was calm, but the aura on his body was even more fierce. Humph, then you won't have a chance. Zhou sneered. Guys, I'll hold this kid back. You can go and ring the golden bell. Hearing this, the others frowned. I don't like to take advantage of others. Go ahead and fight. If you lose, I'll defeat Lin Xian. If you win, I'll defeat you. I'll ring the golden bell after I've defeated everyone, Shaoli said coldly. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. To him, it was not important whether he rang the bell or not. Defeating everyone was the most important thing. The eyes of Xing Yaotian and the rest flickered as they looked at the golden bell in the distance. Hee, if you don't want it, then I'll take it. A fiery red figure dashed out and flew into the distance. Chapter 758. If you don't want it, then the golden bell is mine. A fiery red figure flew out. It was Dongfang Phoenix. She did not care about the battle between Lin Xian and Zhou Su. In her opinion, getting the golden bell was the most important thing. However, as soon as she moved, a five-colored light blocked her way like a meteor. The next moment, a beautiful woman in white appeared and blocked her way. What do you mean by this? Dongfang Phoenix had a fiery temper. When she saw someone blocking her way, she immediately shouted. It's very simple. You can't go over. Murong Qingqing said calmly. Are you trying to stop me? Dongfang Phoenix glared. Flames surged out of her body and jumped. A fiery red whip condensed in her hand. It coiled around her like a snake. If you think so, then there's nothing I can do, Murong Qingqing said in a low voice. I'm not targeting you. It's just that before the battle between the two of them is over, no one can go over. Murong Qingqing did not have much interest in this conference. To be honest, although the King's stone statue was tempting, it was not a fatal temptation for her. She came from the House of Kings. However, unlike Xing Yaotian, she was not an ordinary disciple. She was like a princess in her family. Therefore, although she was young, her identity was special. She could come into contact with the core of her family, including some of the king's inheritances. Moreover, due to her bloodline, she could not cultivate other inheritances. In other words, Murong Qingqing did not care much about this freshman conference. The only person she cared about was Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian wanted the King's stone statue, she would do her best to help him. Hearing Murong Qingqing's firm words, Dongfang Phoenix's face turned cold. The flames on her body jumped as if she was going to attack at any time. How dare this person block her? How hateful! Moreover, what made her even angrier was that this person was not as good as her in terms of appearance, figure, or strength. As a woman, she was naturally repelled. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two was very tense. A fight could break out at any time. Seeing Murong Qingqing block Dongfang Phoenix, the others were also surprised. However, their eyes soon became fiery. Now that the strongest few of them had been pinned down, their chance had come. Especially Xin Yaotian. Although he was a disciple of the House of Kings, he was only a branch disciple and did not have access to the core things. This was his chance to obtain the king's inheritance. With a flicker of his body, he dashed out with 108 rings like a god of war in space. "Ha, then I'll go first." Boom! Shocking saber light flashed, like a divine chain, cutting through the sky, slashing toward Xin Yaotian. Xin Yaotian's expression changed greatly. His body kept moving, and only then did he manage to dodge this attack. Then, his face darkened as he stared at Shaoli. "What do you mean? Stay!" Shaoli SSS'd. "You want to die?" Xin Yaotian was infuriated. This was a great opportunity. Whoever blocked him would be his enemy. Thus, he roared angrily and threw out a punch. Furthermore, his figure quickly rushed out. "Humph!" Shaoli snorted. He raised his sword Qi and fought with Xin Yaotian. The people below were stunned. They did not expect the two of them to fight first. Murong Qingqing stared at the last person. However, to her surprise, the young man named Lan Bai did not make a move. Instead, he sat aside and watched the show. Zhou Su looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was running toward the golden bell. In this way, he could deal with Lin Xian with all his strength. "Kid, let me have some fun with you," Zhou Su sneered. Then, he took a step forward. Spiritual power gushed out of his body like an erupting volcano. He held the blue sword and slashed it down. The sword Qi was sharp and cold. It was like a peerless divine weapon that made people's hearts tremble. The sword Qi slashed directly at Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian also drew his sword to counterattack. The sword Qi was like a rainbow. It carried a scorching heat like a fire dragon. It was extremely violent and rushed forward. Bang! The two swords collided. The sound of the collision split the air and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. This time, the two of them were evenly matched. They both took a step back. "I didn't expect you to be so strong." Zhou Su looked down at Lin Xian with a cold expression. "However, you're not strong enough to fight me." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain. The next moment, a shocking aura burst out from his body. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. The majestic spiritual power formed a shocking light beam that shattered the clouds in the sky. "This is a second heaven venerable!" Below, the people around were shocked. Even the seniors were surprised. They did not expect a freshman to reach the second heaven venerable. Even the seniors would need a few years to do so. Above the clouds, the two elders and tutors were also slightly surprised when they saw this scene. "Not bad. He's already at the second heaven venerable. His future achievements will be limitless. I wonder how the first kid who rushed out will fare. If he doesn't have any special means, he'll probably lose." The two elders whispered to each other. "Do you really think that I'm the same as you?" Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. "I've already reached the second heaven venerable. In front of me, you're just a useless ant." Zhou Su was like a high and mighty god looking down at Lin Xian. Materialized sword Qi surged from his body, forming a sword Qi domain that enveloped the surroundings. "What trump cards do you have? You'd better use them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance when I attack." Zhou Su strolled in the air as if he did not care about Lin Xian at all. Second heaven venerable. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not expect Zhou Su to have such a cultivation. To be honest, he was a little surprised, but it was still within his acceptable range. Moreover, it would be abnormal if Zhou Su did not have any trump cards. Second heaven venerable? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Ever since he broke through, he had not really fought. This was a good opportunity. "Let me see how strong you are as a second heaven venerable." Lin Xian looked ahead, his battle intent rising. "Humph, you overestimate yourself." Zhou Su sneered disdainfully, then slashed out with his sword. This sword was several times more powerful than the previous one. There were 9 venerable realms, and the gap between each venerable realm was huge. Without special means, it was impossible to fight against someone of a higher level. Everyone was paying attention, especially those from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were extremely nervous. Brother Xian will definitely win. Wang Li and the others clenched their fists and said. The freshmen at the sides sneered and shook their heads. Could he win? What a joke! His opponent was a second heaven venerable. Even if you have a trump card, does it mean that your opponent doesn't? This battle would definitely be one-sided. Apart from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and Nurong Qingqing, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. In the void, Sword Qi whistled, shattering everything. It tore the void apart and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward with his sword in hand. Chapter 759. In the face of Zhou Su's powerful attack, Lin Xian charged forward with his sword. You overestimate yourself! Zhou Su sneered. Everyone below was also shocked and secretly sighed at Lin Xian's unwise decision. At this time, the best way was to dodge and use his movement technique to fight with his opponent. After all, there was a difference of a small realm between them. Moreover, it was a small realm in the venerable realm. The gap between them was not small. However, Lin Xian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Buzz! The wind shadow sword slashed upwards, turning into a flaming sword that burned fiercely. The terrifying aura caused the void to distort. Clang! The two swords collided like water and fire, emitting a sizzling sound. Countless white mists rose and surged in all directions. Energy overflowed and cut terrifying cracks in the ground. What? He blocked it! Everyone was shocked because Lin Xian was not sent flying as they had imagined. Instead, he blocked Zhou Su's sword. Damn brat! Zhou Su's expression was ugly. Although he did not use his full strength, it was not something a first-level venerable could block. It seemed that his opponent's strength was above his expectations. However, this was more interesting. Very good, it seems that I underestimated you. Zhou Su smiled evilly. However, I only used 70% of my strength just now. Next, I will use 90% of my strength. What? Zhou Su only used 70% of his strength. Everyone was shocked. No wonder Lin Xian could block it. It turned out that he did not use his full strength. I knew it! How could a first-level venerable fight against a second-level venerable? Hearing Zhou Su's words, Lin Xian also smiled. He stared at his opponent and said slowly, Is that so? But I only use half of my strength. It seems that you're really weak. What, half of his strength? Everyone exclaimed. That's impossible. Bragging, he must be bragging. No matter how powerful a first-level venerable is, it's impossible for him to block a second-level venerable with half of his strength. That's right, it's too fake. No one will believe it. No one believed it, but the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion all cheered. Originally, they were still worried, but now that they heard Lin Xian's words, they were relieved again. Lin Xian's words couldn't be wrong. Half? Zhou Su stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. His voice was filled with disdain. Brat, you really dare to say that? Half? I think you've been overwhelmed by your inferiority complex. Let me help you clear your head. Flying waterfall slash! With a thrust of his sword, the azure waterfall surged and rolled towards Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Die! Zhou Su laughed nastily. He had used 90% of his strength in this strike. Sword of Summer, Raging Inferno! Lin Xian's voice was cold as he stabbed his sword into the sky. One! Countless flames flickered, condensing into a flame sword that slashed out. Immediately, the sea of fire spread out and covered the entire sky. It dyed the entire area red. In the sky, the two forces of opposite attributes collided, and a terrifying shockwave burst forth, tearing the sky apart. Boom! The sound of thunder surged and energy spread out. The sky was a terrifying scene. The freshmen below were scared and all of them retreated. Tempest wings. A pair of tempest wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. His figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhou Su. The long sword in his hand was like a gust of wind, piercing out countless rays of sword light that enveloped Zhou Su. The sword light carried a chilling, murderous aura that condensed the air between heaven and earth. "You're courting death." Zhou Su was furious. He no longer had his previous calmness. He had used 90% of his strength, but he still could not take down his opponent. Instead, his opponent had attacked him. This was a disgrace to him. His body swayed, and Zhou Su drew out a brilliant afterimage in the air, dodging Lin Xian's sword light attack. Then he slashed out with his sword. A white ray of sword light flew out, emitting a terrifying aura. 100-meter-long white tiger shadow condensed around it. Boom! This strike was even more powerful and terrifying. Before the sword arrived, its aura was already enough to make countless people tremble. What is that? It's so terrifying. The crowd below was shocked. The seniors in the distance also frowned. The white tiger is used for killing. That's a killing sword. What a strong killing intent. Above the clouds, a few elders and mentors were also paying close attention. Humph, you should be proud to die under my white tiger killing sword. Zhou Su's expression was cold. Killing intent surged from his body, forming a materialized white tiger shadow. Killing intent? Lin Xian looked at the white tiger sword that was pouncing toward him, and the smile on his face became even wider. You want to compete with me in killing intent? In the next moment, he sheathed the wind shadow sword. He clenched his hand, and a blood-red long sword quickly appeared. Killing sword. As soon as the blood-red long sword appeared, a terrifying killing intent immediately spread out, accompanied by a bloody smell. The terrifying killing intent seemed to have come from hell and was about to tear the 9 heavens apart. What? This killing intent. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a killing attack, and his aura seemed to be even stronger. These 2 guys should be the 2 strongest among this batch of freshmen. The seniors' eyes flickered. However, the elders above the clouds narrowed their eyes. Interesting. These 2 guys are not bad. Your killing intent is too weak, Lin Xian said in a low voice, then slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! The sword of slaughter whistled as it slashed out. Blood-colored sword chi shot out. Countless blood seas and stone mountains appeared around the sword chi, like azure from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The killing sword and the white tiger sword collided, producing a sonorous sound. The tiger roared, and a sea of blood filled the sky. The 2 forces collided, causing the entire sky to tremble. Kill! Lin Xian shouted angrily again. He raised his sword, and blood-red sword light surrounded his body, making him look like a killing god from hell. Boom! 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 Lin Xian slashed out dozens of times at once. The terrifying sword chi was like a blood-red river, surrounding Zhou Su and drowning him. Zhou Su shouted angrily, and his aura rose again. At the same time, a white tiger appeared behind him, roaring at the sky. The terrifying sound was like a wave, shattering the surrounding blood-red sword chi. Brat, you've angered me! The white tiger behind Zhou Su blasted away all the blood-red sword chi, and then stared coldly at Lin Xian. This time, I'll go all out. White tiger martial soul! I didn't expect it to be the white tiger martial soul! Everyone exclaimed. No wonder his killing intent was so strong. Zhou Su had already used his martial soul, and it seemed like he was going to go all out. They wondered what Lin Xian's martial soul was. Many people were curious. They knew that Lin Xian was strong, but they had never seen Lin Xian condense his martial soul. White tiger, kill! Zhou Su raised his hand and slashed out with the white tiger around him. The sword chi was 1,000 meters long, and it pressed down in all directions. This slash was too powerful, as if a white tiger was galloping in the void. Even a martial artist of the same level would not be able to withstand it. There was no other way. Condensing one's martial soul would allow one's combat strength to reach its peak, and Zhou Su was currently in this state. Lin Xian did not condense his martial soul. He only held the killing sword tightly and slashed out 18 times in a row. Chapter 760. Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand and slashed out 18 times in a row. The 18 streaks of sword chi formed a blood-red sword diagram that enveloped the surroundings. Boom! The white tiger sword chi collided with the blood-red sword diagram, creating a shocking collision. Both of their attacks were extremely powerful, and the impact of the collision was even more terrifying. Many people below could not withstand the killing intent and retreated with pale faces. How terrifying! The new students were shocked. The aura just now had almost killed them, but that was only the aftermath. One could imagine what kind of impact the two people in the middle of the battlefield had to endure. Blood-red sword chi surged around Lin Xian like 18 heavenly pillars that surrounded him and protected him. Zhou Su had the white tiger beside him and was filled with killing intent. What? He blocked it! Zhou Su's pupils constricted. He realized that Lin Xian's blood-red sword diagram had blocked his white tiger sword chi. That was unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Xian could really contend with him? Zhou Su's face darkened and became very ugly. If they were in the same realm, it would be fine, but Lin Xian was only a first-level venerable, one realm lower than him. However, the two of them were tied. Didn't that mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian? Zhou Su's face darkened at that thought. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his body was filled with killing intent. Beside him, the white tiger martial soul became more condensed, as if it was really a ferocious beast. Looks like I can only use that move. Zhou Su's expression was solemn, as if he had made a decision. In the next moment, he took a step forward and merged with the white tiger martial soul beside him. A dazzling light exploded in the sky. The light was even stronger than the sun, and it was so blinding that everyone could not open their eyes. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the void as he looked ahead. Then, he frowned slightly. The white light in front of him gradually disappeared, and a powerful force erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the world. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Su's aura seemed to have become stronger. In the distance, the senior students also had solemn expressions. This kid has so many trump cards. He actually merged with his martial soul. That Lin Xian is even more powerful. It seems that he hasn't condensed his martial soul yet. A few senior students discussed in low voices, and there was even a trace of fear in their expressions. This was because the strength displayed by Lin Xian and Yi Zichen was not weaker than theirs. In fact, they had even surpassed many of the older students. In the sky, the white light dissipated, and Zhou Su's figure appeared. He had a head of black hair and stood in the void. His body was covered in a layer of white tiger armor. It was dazzling and radiated a sharp aura. Not only that, but the azure longsword in his hand also changed its appearance. It turned into the white tiger killing sword, emitting a cold light. This time, let's see how you block it! Zhou Su let out a ferocious roar. His body flickered and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. So fast! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The wind and thunder wings on his back turned into a streak of wind and thunder as he dodged quickly. However, Zhou Su, who had fused with the white tiger martial soul, was too powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he was practically flying right next to Lin Xian. Die! He slashed out with his sword, and the white tiger's roar shook the forest, causing the demonic beasts in the distance to tremble. This sword was powerful and heavy, and it was filled with murderous intent as it slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but there was a loud bang as he was forced back. Whoosh! He slid a few hundred meters in the air before he stopped. The killing sword in his hand had also become a little dim. Your strength has increased by a lot. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Su and frowned slightly. The crowd below exclaimed, He's been forced back! Lin Xian's strength was obvious to all, but he was forced back now. This was enough to show how terrifying Zhou Su was. Brat, this time, I won't give you any chance! Zhou Su let out a sinister laugh and charged out again. Boom! 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 He was like a ghost as he flew quickly in the air. The white tiger killing sword in his hand was even more frenzied, forcing Lin Xian to retreat every time. Ha ha ha, brat, how are you going to fight me? Boom! It was another terrifying attack. The white tiger killing sword emitted a dazzling white light as if it had been possessed by a ferocious white tiger. It directly bit the killing sword in Lin Xian's hand into pieces. Lin Xian was also forced back by this huge force. His entire arm was buzzing and numb. Brat, use your martial soul. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Zhou Su held the white tiger killing sword in his hand and pointed it at Lin Xian. To deal with you, I have to use my martial soul. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and formed the killing sword again. It's useless. Don't overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered when he saw Lin Xian forming the killing sword again. If I can break it once, I can break it a second time. If you don't use your martial soul, you won't have any chance to fight back. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. He held the killing sword in his right hand and formed it again. Black gas surged and quickly formed the pitch-black sword. The sword of Nirvana. The pitch-black sword was like a sword of death, exuding an aura of death. With both swords in his hands, Lin Xian looked like the Grim Reaper. The red and black swords flashed in his hands, and two forces surrounded him. What's that? Seeing the pitch-black sword, the people below were shocked again. The aura of death made them feel very uncomfortable, as if the vitality in their bodies was disappearing. What a strange power! Even the seniors were shocked. This brat has so many trump cards. Above the clouds, the sage-like elder stroked his beard. This brat is not simple. Elder Huan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian curiously. In the sky, Zhou Su frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a deathly power. That strange aura made him feel uncomfortable. I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knows what other strange things that brat has? Zhou Su's face darkened. His body swayed, and he attacked again. I've had enough. Let's end this. The white tiger killing sword surged, and a terrifying sword chi slashed down. The brilliant light shattered part of the sky. Sword of Solitude! Lin Xian snorted coldly and stabbed out with the Sword of Solitude. The black sword chi surged into the sky like the river Styx. Sizzle! There was no earth-shattering explosion. The black sword chi hit the white tiger killing sword and kept rolling, releasing a deathly power to wear down the white tiger killing sword. In an instant, the white tiger sword chi dimmed as if its power had been drained. How strange! Zhou Su was shocked. His opponent's sword chi could wear down and weaken his power. It was impossible to guard against. Destroy! He snorted coldly. His spiritual power surged and poured into the white tiger killing sword. Suddenly, the dimmed white tiger killing sword shone again and broke the black sword chi. It's useless. No matter how strange your techniques are, everything is futile in front of absolute power. Zhou Su's expression was cold, like the Grim Reaper. Absolute power is terrifying, but in front of me, you're not absolute power. Lin Xian sneered. So, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. The next moment, he raised his arms and merged the red and black swords. Chapter 761. Lin Xian held the two swords in his hands and quickly merged them. The pitch-black sword of Nirvana merged with the blood-red sword of Massacre to form a demonic sword. The sword was slender, and surrounded by red and black sword inscriptions. It emitted a murderous aura. With the sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura became stronger. He was not afraid of Zhou Su, who had merged with the white tiger martial soul. Merge! Zhou Su furrowed his brows as well. Lin Xian had once again displayed a strange technique. He was actually able to fuse two different types of sword auras. This was simply too unbelievable. This brat must be dealt with quickly. Zhou Su felt uneasy. Sword she gathered on the white tiger killing sword and formed a ferocious tiger head. It was ferocious and terrifying as it looked down on the world. Then, the tiger head spat out a ray of sword light. It was like a heavenly pillar that swept in all directions. Tiger roar golden annihilation! Boom! The sky-piercing sword she fell, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It was strong and powerful, and it carried a terrifying aura as it fell toward Lin Xian. The sword she surged, and the aura made the eyelids of the seniors in the distance twitch. It was too terrifying. Even a second-rank venerable could not withstand it. In fact, they would die if they touched it. The sky-piercing white tiger sword she was so heavy that it crushed the surrounding mountains. Clang! Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and slashed at the white tiger sword chi. Sparks flew in all directions as if countless shooting stars were flying. Sparks fell and pierced the ground, forming a terrifying black hole. The surrounding martial artists were so frightened that they fled. This sword was too terrifying. Murderous aura flowed, and the white tiger's aura surged. It was as if it was going to cut the mountain in half. Lin Xian resisted it, and immediately felt a huge force surge toward him, causing his arm to go numb. He knew that this should be one of Zhou Su's killing moves. Feeling the danger, Lin Xian let out a long roar and used the earth-grade martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. The void trembled, and a huge sword appeared. It was simple and majestic, as if it had traveled from the ancient times. It suppressed the surroundings. In the next moment, he slashed at the white tiger sword chi. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two giant swords clashed in the air, almost destroying the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. This attack was too terrifying. The energy that scattered in all directions caused Shaoli, Xin Yaotian, and the others, who were fighting nearby, to stop and retreat. Furthermore, every single one of them had a look of shock on their faces. Even the elders on the clouds had grave expressions on their faces. This is an earth-tier martial art! Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. Both of them were using earth-tier martial arts. In the sky, Zhou Su's expression was unsightly. He actually failed to take down the other party. This was already his greatest trump card. Not only did it fuse with the white tiger martial spirit, but it was also an earth-ranked martial art, white tiger golden light annihilation. Most likely, no one in the second level of the Venerate realm could compare to him. Even if it was a third-level Venerate, he was confident that he could put up a fight. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. Furthermore, the terrifying aura emanating from the martial arts that the other party used was not any weaker than his. An earth-tier martial art. This fellow also knows an earth-tier martial art. Zhou Su's face was gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage. He could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. Then let's see whose earth-tier martial art is stronger! Zhou Su shouted angrily. He roared into the sky as if he had gone mad. He activated all the spiritual energy in his body and waved the white tiger killing sword in his hand. Roar! A terrifying tiger roar reverberated through the air, shaking heaven and earth. Then, another shocking sword ray slashed toward Zhou Su. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and removed the demon's sword in his hand. In its place, a wind sword and a lightning sword appeared. Although the demon sword was powerful, it did not match the attributes of the Gale Lightning Sword and could not unleash its full power. Only the power of wind and lightning could display the power of this earth-tier martial art. In an instant, a green jade-like longsword appeared. Green air flowed around it and contained a powerful wind concept. On the other side, golden electric arcs danced and formed the golden lightning sword. When the two swords appeared, the power of wind and lightning filled the sky. What? Wind and lightning attributes! Everyone was stunned. How many attributes did Lin Xian have? The older students' mouths twitched. This guy was too monstrous. They could not help but think of the few fellows in the academy. They had the same experience back then and were now giants in Senmu College. Lin Xian had a bright future. Zhou Su's face darkened. He roared angrily and sped up the attack of the White Tiger Sword aura. Gale Lightning Sword, Double Sword Star Destruction! Boom! Boom! Two gigantic swords appeared in the sky. Green light and lightning surrounded them. It was terrifying. A Gale Sword and a Lightning Sword intertwined and slashed toward the White Tiger Killing Sword. Boom! 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 The entire sky exploded, and the swords violently destroyed everything in their path. Crack! 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 The White Tiger Killing Sword trembled slightly and became more and more intense. No, block it! Zhou Su was furious. He activated his spiritual energy without any regard for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and shouted, Gale Lightning Sword, 3 swords frighten ghosts and gods! Boom! Another gigantic sword descended from the heavens. What? There's more! Everyone was stunned. Was he still human? Elder Hua was also shocked. Earth-rank martial arts consumes a lot of energy. With their cultivation, they can only use it twice. How can they use it again? Could it be that this kid has some trump card that we don't know about? Zhou Su was even more shocked. The spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted. Even the speed at which he mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much slower. He could not use it a third time. However, Lin Xian could still use it. It was unbelievable. Impossible. He roared in horror. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Humph, ignorant. Lin Xian sneered. He practiced the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body was endless. His ability to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much better than ordinary people. Therefore, it was easy for him to use an earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, this was not his limit. He could still use it one more time. However, he would not do that. This was because he wanted to use it as his last trump card. Moreover, his opponent could not hold on any longer. Indeed, Zhou Su could not hold on any longer. The 3 gigantic swords put a lot of pressure on him. His White Tiger Killing Sword would soon shatter. At that time, he would be doomed. Retreat! Zhou Su did not hesitate. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave anymore. Whoosh! Zhou Su turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. The White Tiger Killing Sword did not have any energy to support it. It was instantly destroyed by the Gale Lightning Sword. Then, a huge sword energy slashed toward Zhou Su. Tantric blood escape. Seeing the terrifying sword energy, Zhou Su spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It formed a pair of blood wings and brought him away from the attack range of the light sword. Huff! 1,000 meters away, Zhou Su could not stop panting. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Lin Xian, I won't let you go. Zhou Su stared at the voice in the distance with a ferocious expression. Do you think I'll let you go? Lin Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Su in an instant. The golden lightning sword in his hand stabbed down quickly. Chapter 762. In an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhou Su, the golden lightning sword in his hand stabbing down quickly. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive. Zhou Su's pupils constricted. At the critical moment, he once again used his life-saving technique, his body instantly moving 10 feet away. You still have a trump card? Lin Xian's sword missed, and he frowned. His opponent was indeed difficult to deal with. Even at this time, he still had a life-saving trump card. However, he still could not escape from his hands. In the next moment, he stepped out again, the golden lightning sword hanging above his opponent's head. In an instant, Zhou Su's face became very ugly. He had used up all his trump cards. He was extremely sullen. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his imagination, the one kneeling and begging for mercy should be Lin Xian. But now, he was the one who had lost. I'm very curious. We don't know each other. Why are you so angry that you have to target me? Lin Xian asked. He was very puzzled, so he wanted to clarify it now. Humph, it is true that we have never met before. In fact, I only found out about you from my younger sister. She said that you're a sword genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. I'm not convinced because I'm the #1 sword genius. Zhou Su gritted his teeth and said, Your sister? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Zhou Jianying, you shouldn't have forgotten. Zhou Su snorted coldly. It's her. Lin Xian was surprised. A figure appeared in his mind. Dressed in green, holding a 3-foot sword, looking down on the heroes. Lin Xian naturally would not forget this girl who fought with him at the Azure Dragon Assembly in the Nantian region. However, he did not expect that a few words of praise from her would attract such trouble. Compared to your sister, you're even worse than trash, Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he swung his sword and cut off a strand of Zhou Su's black hair. If this wasn't a competition, you would already be dead. After saying that, he turned around and ignored Zhou Su. Damn it! Zhou Su's face was gloomy, and his body trembled. Today was a great humiliation to him. He would definitely take revenge for this. Standing up with difficulty, Zhou Su's figure flashed as he rushed down the mountain. If he couldn't get first place, he wouldn't want any ranking. Looking at the disappearing figure, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Xian was too strong. Even Zhou Su was no match for him. Perhaps no one here was his match. I'm going to take first place in this competition. Anyone who isn't convinced can come over now, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Domineering, too domineering. This was equivalent to declaring war against the other 5. Brother Xian is mighty! The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion roared excitedly. This domineering and powerful young man was their boss. Humph! Xin Yaotian stared at Lin Xian and snorted, but he didn't make a move. The battle just now had shocked him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he was no match for Lin Xian. Xin Yaotian said coldly, Although we are no match for you, if you want to be #1, you can't just say a few harsh words. Humph, I'll fight you. Dongfang Phoenix was hot-tempered. She couldn't bear it any longer. She shook the flame spirit whip in her hand, and the divine flames on her body burned fiercely. On the other side, Shaoli also stepped forward. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his body was surrounded by blade qi. The battle just now consumed a lot of your spiritual power. I won't take advantage of you. You should recover first. Although Lin Xian's performance was very strong, he was very confident in himself. Lin Xian smiled. This guy was still the same as before. He looked around and suddenly saw Lan Bai, who had been sitting silently, stand up with a faint smile. Sorry, the #1 freshman this time is mine. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. You're the #1? Xin Yaotian snorted. Who do you think you are? Don't you think you're too arrogant? The others frowned and stared at Lan Bai with unfriendly expressions. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this quiet young man to say such words at this time. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough. Lan Bai chuckled and walked toward the crowd with a calm expression. He didn't take them seriously at all. Let me see what kind of strength you have. How dare you say such words? Xin Yaotian looked ferocious and waved his palm. Terrifying spiritual power quickly condensed, and a huge light palm formed in the air. However, Lan Bai didn't dodge. He didn't even look at it. He seemed to be more arrogant than Lin Xian. You're courting death. Xin Yaotian was furious when he saw that he was ignored. He sped up and waved his palm. Disperse. Lan Bai smiled faintly and spat out a word softly. The next moment, the terrifying light palm in the sky disappeared and turned into a rain of light, falling to the ground. What? How is this possible? Xin Yaotian was stunned. The crowd below was also stunned. What's going on? No matter if it was them, everyone was stunned. Even the elders on the clouds were slightly surprised. The mentors were stunned, but the two elders frowned slightly. Elder Hua sensed carefully. She stretched out her slender hand and waved it in the air. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She turned her head and looked at the sage-like elder. Then, she nodded slightly. It seemed that the two elders had understood. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't understand. Xin Yaotian, especially, was astonished. His attack was actually neutralized by a single sentence? This was unbelievable. Besides, impossible. I don't believe it. Xin Yaotian's face darkened. He quickly raised his hand and was ready to attack again. However, he was stunned the next moment. What? That's impossible! He screamed in horror. His expression was one of utter terror. My spiritual power? What did you do? Why can't I use my spiritual power? Xin Yaotian was panicking. He tried several times, but it didn't work. He couldn't even use the spiritual power in the air. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They began to check their bodies. Then, they all looked pale. That was because they couldn't use their spiritual power either. What's going on? Dongfang Fenghuang stomped her feet in anger. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Poison, it's poison! Murong Qingqing sighed. We seem to have forgotten that he's a poisoner. Poison. Everyone was in a trance. They were shocked. As expected of Goddess Murong. You're so knowledgeable. You noticed the problem so quickly. Lan Bai chuckled. That's right. It's poison. But he didn't touch us. How could he poison us? Xin Yaotian looked pale. If I wanted to poison you, why would I need to touch you? Lan Bai put his hands behind his back and looked arrogant. As long as I want to, I can use anything in the world to poison you. For example, this time, I only need to put the poison in the air and let you breathe it in slowly. And this poison is colorless and tasteless? Shaoli asked in a low voice. Yes. It's colorless and tasteless. No one below the third level of the Venerable Realm can detect it. Lan Bai said. Without my antidote, you're no different from trash. Well, wait until I ring the golden bell. Then I'll play with you. Lan Bai laughed and walked toward the top of the mountain. Chapter 763. Lan Bai controlled the crowd with poison and walked toward the golden bell. I see. It's poison! Lin Xian's brows relaxed. He channeled the dragon's sword soul to eliminate the invisible poison in his body. Then, he drew his sword and blocked Lan Bai's way. Take your sword away. Stop struggling. Lan Bai smiled. You're no match for me now. He glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. If you don't want to lose too badly, I advise you not to fight. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled. What if I insist on making a move? Then don't blame me. Lan Bai raised his palm. A layer of green light gathered above it, and he waved it quickly. 5 poisons palm. The wind from the palm carried deadly poison. Anyone who touched it would die. It was terrifying. Oh no! Lin Xian is in trouble! Get out of the way! Many people exclaimed. They were very anxious. Whoosh! A beam of sword light flashed and cut through the void, cutting the poisonous palm of light in half. What? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to mobilize spiritual power. Lan Bai was also shocked. He stammered. I told you that it's not easy to get first place, Lin Xian said. Now, do you still want to fight? Forget it. You win. First place is yours. Lan Bai shrugged. I can only take second place. Not necessarily. Murong Qingqing suddenly smiled. Then, a colorful stream of light flowed around her body. The 9-petaled lotus danced quickly and destroyed the invisible poison. Lan Bai's expression changed again when he saw this. His face was filled with bitterness. You city people are really strong. You can detoxify the poison so quickly. Lan Bai was depressed. I'm the #1 poison master in my hometown. No one can detoxify my poison. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a green light and rushed toward the top of the mountain. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also used their movement techniques and rushed up. The others quickly detoxified the poison. Their movement techniques were better than Lan Bai's, so they quickly overtook him. Whoosh! 2 figures landed in front of the golden bell. They were indeed Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Who wants to go first? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, Want to go together? Murong Qingqing rolled his eyes. I have my family's inheritance, so the king's statue is not very useful to me. You go first. However, after this, you have to help me refine pills. All right. Lin Xian didn't refuse. He was different from Murong Qingqing. Without the support of a powerful family, he could only rely on himself. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he punched the golden bell. Immediately, the bell rang, letting out a deep sound that echoed throughout the entire forest. This also indicated that Lin Xian would be the champion of the freshman assembly. Lin Xian! In the distance, many senior students silently muttered this name with solemn expressions. The elders of Senmu College also nodded slightly. Not bad. Although he doesn't have the power of bloodline, his strength is very strong. After Lin Xian rang the golden bell, everyone began to madly charge towards the top of the mountain. After all, the ranking was related to the amount of spiritual value points. At this time, Shaoli and the others also expelled the invisible poison in their bodies and quickly rushed over. Soon, the freshman assembly came to an end. In the sky, auspicious clouds floated, and the 2 elders appeared once again. This competition is very exciting, and the first place is well deserved. The others' performance is also very outstanding. Elder Hua said. It can be said that you are very talented. However, I also want to say that this is only the beginning of Senmu College. I hope that you will work hard and step into a higher realm of martial arts. Thank you for your teachings, Elder. Lin Xian and the others said respectfully. All right, the rewards will be given to you later. Go back and rest now. Elder Hua waved his hand and left with everyone. Brother Xian! After the elder left, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion all surrounded him with excited expressions. Too cool! Idol! Brother Xian, how did you cure that poison? Many people were puzzled. However, Lin Xian could not tell them. He only smiled and said, Relax in a while. Tonight I will prepare spirit wine. Everyone will not return until they are drunk. All right. Everyone was excited. Lin Xian's spirit wine was extremely effective. At this time, even more freshmen ran over, wanting to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There was nothing they could do. Lin Xian's previous performance was too shocking. Furthermore, this result meant that he was the #1 amongst the freshmen. With this kind of strength, his future achievements would be great. Therefore, countless people wanted to join. On the distant mountain peak, when the older students saw this scene, they all frowned. It seems that this kid won't join us? What should we do? Should we suppress them? It's not that easy to create a club. It's not enough for just one person to be powerful. I don't think the other experts among the freshmen will join him. Someone shook his head. Send an invitation to the others. As for him, we can try to subdue him. If we recruit the entire club, our strength will increase by a lot. A few older students discussed in low voices, preparing for the next step. As for Lin Xian and the others, they returned to the freshman courtyard and began to celebrate. A night of revelry. The next day, everyone once again entered a state of intense cultivation. Lin Xian handed the matter of recruiting to Wang Li and the others. He told them to strictly check. As long as they met the requirements, they could join. As for him, he went to the True Spirit Palace to get his reward. Soon, he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. He found the Guardian Elder and explained his purpose. Oh, you are this time's #1 freshman? When the Guardian Elder heard this, he looked at Lin Xian. Yes, that's right. With a flick of his finger, he inserted 1,000,000 spiritual value points into Lin Xian's spiritual value points card. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed behind. He knew that this should be the way to bring him to the King Stone statue. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that he did not come to a secret room as he had imagined. Instead, he came to a formation. "Stand on it, and you will be teleported to the king's palace. There you have 3 days to comprehend it. As for what you can comprehend, it will depend on your luck." After the guardian elder finished speaking, he took out a piece of jade from his storage ring and placed it in a gap in the formation. Then, he injected spiritual energy into the formation. Immediately, the entire formation bloomed with light and was activated. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian disappeared from the true spirit palace. "I wonder if the newcomer this time will be able to comprehend the king's inheritance?" The guardian elder had a trace of anticipation. With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He stabilized his body and quickly dispelled the dizziness from the teleportation. Then, he looked around cautiously. The space was a little dim. Only a few luminous pearls on the wall were shining. Lin Xian looked around and found that he was in an ancient palace. The mottled ruins on the walls showed the vicissitudes of life of this place. It was the smell of time. In front of him, there were 5 doors. They were completely black and dozens of feet tall. They were like iron walls. The doors were tightly shut, without a trace of light. On both sides of the huge doors, there were 2 human-shaped statues holding swords and sabers. They looked like guardians. Chapter 764. The 5 dark red doors were like 5 passageways that connected different worlds. "These are the doors to the king's statues." Lin Xian was shocked. He had thought that there would only be 1 statue, but there were actually 5 of them. He walked forward and examined them carefully. However, when he approached the doors, he found that there was a strange force that prevented him from moving forward. "What the hell?" Lin Xian frowned. "Kid, this is the door of soul martial arts," the Crimson Dragon said. "Door of soul martial arts?" Lin Xian was surprised. "Yes, the door of soul martial arts. If you want to enter the stone door, you have to withstand the impact of the martial spirits from the statues on both sides. If you can't, you won't be able to enter. So that's how it is." Lin Xian understood. As expected of the king's statues, even entering the door was so troublesome. However, he was not afraid of the martial spirit's test at all. One had to know that his martial spirit was the great dragon sword soul, which was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, he found a stone door and stepped through. Boom! As Lin Xian approached, the human-shaped stone statues on both sides seemed to come alive. 2 balls of dark green flames appeared in their eye sockets, and a powerful aura was released from their bodies, forming a special field that enveloped Lin Xian. This was the power of a martial spirit, and it was extremely powerful. It was enough to make a second-rank Venerable Realm cultivator pale. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the great dragon sword soul and stood in the field to resist. In the next moment, he took another step forward. Boom! This time, the impact of the martial spirit domain was even more powerful. It was as if it wanted to crush Lin Xian, and the terrifying power caused the entire space to distort. Lin Xian's expression changed. He let out a low roar, and his body was filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. He was like a peerless divine sword. He took another step forward, and the impact of the martial spirit was even more powerful. This time, Lin Xian directly used the great dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a real dragon soaring through the sky, and it let out a low dragon's roar. As soon as the great dragon sword soul appeared, it directly attacked the stone statue martial souls on both sides, causing the impact of the martial souls in the entire space to weaken. In front of the great dragon sword soul, it was difficult for other martial souls to display their power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took another step forward and walked toward the stone door. Finally, he pushed open the stone door. After entering through the stone door, there was a spacious space inside. It was like a large hall, and there were all kinds of artifacts. In the center there was a huge statue standing there. It was unknown what material the statue was made of, but it was emitting an indescribable power that made one's heart tremble. The Venerable One seemed very small in front of him, as if he was looking up at the sky. So powerful! So this is a king's statue! Lin Xian was shocked. He was deeply shaken. With reverence in his heart, Lin Xian walked forward and found that there was a square stone platform in front of the statue. It was about 1 meter tall. Lin Xian stood in front of the stone platform and carefully looked at the statue of the king in front of him. Suddenly, he found words engraved on a part of the statue, "Open the Heavenly King." This was the statue of Open the Heavenly King. Lin Xian concluded, his heart trembling. This was indeed a statue of a king. In the next moment, he seemed to be hit by a wave of power, and his whole body seemed to have fallen into an illusion. There, a majestic figure stood indomitable and tore the sky apart with a palm. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly woke up, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He took a deep breath and felt a pain in his forehead. At that moment, he felt like he was being torn apart. If it wasn't for the great dragon sword soul, he would have felt even worse. What kind of power is this? It seems different from martial souls. Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, this is the power of will. The Crimson Dragon transmitted. Power of will? Yes, when you reach the king realm, you will develop a kind of will. This kind of will is even stronger than martial souls. I think this king's statue contains a trace of a king's will. That's why it's so mysterious. The Crimson Dragon explained. No wonder! Lin Xian nodded. So above martial souls was will. It seemed that he still had a long way to go. There were 5 doors here, which meant that there should be 5 king statues. Should he take a look first before making a decision? Lin Xian had an idea. He wanted to see if there were any inheritances of Sword Dao kings. Soon, he retreated and began to walk towards the stone door at the side. If the elders of Senmu College were here, they would definitely be shocked and go crazy. One had to know that it was very difficult to enter the stone door, and almost no one could refuse a king statue. To be able to enter a stone door and comprehend a stone statue in 3 days was already a very difficult task. No one was like Lin Xian, who wanted to see all 5 king statues before making a decision. Perhaps only he had the great dragon sword soul and could quickly enter the stone door. Others could forget about it. Boom! Not long after, the second stone door opened. Golden Spear King! Lin Xian stood in front of the king statue and tried to comprehend it. A golden spear pierced through heaven and earth like a golden dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, Lin Xian retreated from the illusion and headed towards another king statue. Tyrant Sword King! Fire Spirit King! Blood Sword King! Finally, Lin Xian saw a Sword Dao King in the last stone door. This statue was 10 feet tall and was carved out of blood jade. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that it was a middle-aged man with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Looking at it, one would feel like being sucked in by an endless sea of blood. There was only one Sword Dao King statue, so Lin Xian had no choice but to comprehend the Blood Sword King's inheritance. He spread out his soul power and pounced towards the blood jade statue in front of him. Buzz! In the next moment, the scene changed. A sea of blood covered the sky, and if one looked carefully, they would find that it was all blood sword chi. The air was filled with killing intent, as if it could tear people apart at any time. Kill! A low and terrifying voice rang out, directly tearing through the void. A figure appeared, and it was the middle-aged man that looked like a statue. At this moment, he was wearing black gold battle armor and holding a blood sword. With a swing of his sword, the sea of blood spread out for 3,000 miles, and the entire sky was dyed red. In front of him, countless enemies fell and turned into white bones. This was the aura of slaughter, the will of slaughter. Under the effect of this will, no one could survive. Although Lin Xian saw an illusion, he did not feel good either. That will of slaughter seemed to want to tear him apart. He circulated the great dragon sword soul and resisted with all his strength. Only then could he continue watching. No matter how strong you are just an illusion, an illusion! Lin Xian shouted. This little illusion can't stump me. Lin Xian's figure stood straight, and the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, letting out the loudest sound. At this moment, the blood sword king in the illusion suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian. A pair of blood-red eyes with boundless will enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body trembled. That will made it hard for him to move, and his body felt like it was pierced by thousands of blood swords. Chapter 765. In an instant, Lin Xian received an unimaginable attack. The willpower was too strong. Although it was only a trace, it was still extremely powerful, making it hard for Lin Xian to contend against. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged and transformed into a dragon-shaped sword image. It quickly pierced into the illusion and resisted the willpower. Ka ka ka! The space shattered and the illusion disappeared. Lin Xian's body relaxed as he gasped for breath. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Eh? What a powerful attack! This power seems to be that thing. Could it really have appeared again? This voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It sounded like a question, but also like it was talking to itself. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about this. That voice sighed and said, Brat, you're not bad. You have the qualifications to comprehend the stone statue I left behind. After that, the voice gradually disappeared. Lin Xian felt that the monstrous killing intent around him had gradually disappeared and was no longer attacking him. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Xian sat on the stone platform in front of the Blood Sword King's statue and closed his eyes to comprehend. He had the Sword of Slaughter and had a certain understanding of the Tao of Slaughter. Therefore, it was easier for him to comprehend. Furthermore, he had obtained the Blood Sword King's recognition. Therefore, it did not take long for him to feel the blood sword inheritance within. The information in the sky formed a blood sword and entered Lin Xian's body. In an instant, Lin Xian felt countless information crazily surging in his mind. If it was not for his firm will and powerful soul power, he would have fainted long ago. After a period of difficult time, he finally received all the information. The king's inheritance was extraordinary. Therefore, he could only receive it now. If he wanted to comprehend it, he would have to cultivate bitterly in the future. Standing up, Lin Xian respectfully bowed 3 times to the Blood Sword King's statue. Afterward, he turned and left. Until now, 2 days had passed and there was only 1 day left. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to take a look at the other statues. Among them, the Golden Spear King and Tyrant Sword King's inheritances were different from his Tao of Sword. Therefore, he gave up on them. He set his sights on the Split Sky King and the Fire Spirit King, the 2 King's stone statues. This time, what he wanted was not the inheritance, but to comprehend 1 or 2 martial techniques. Lin Xian didn't waste any time. He first went to the front of the Sky-Splitting King's statue and sat down to comprehend. In the illusory realm, a tall figure appeared beside him. Every punch and every palm could tear apart the sky, causing terrifying attacks. From those moves, Lin Xian comprehended a fist technique, the heaven-opening fist. Strong and brave, pressing forward courageously. In the remaining half of the day, he went to the Fire Spirit King to carefully comprehend. This time, his comprehension of the concept of fire had deepened. Especially that trace of the will of fire, it had a deep influence on him. This allowed his perfection fire concept to advance, and he even had a trace of a fire soul embryonic form. Of course, it would still take some time to become a true fire soul. The other reward was the Vermilion Bird Seal. Lin Xian comprehended the Fire Spirit King's stone statue, and created the second form of the Vermilion Bird Seal, Vermilion Bird's celestial pole, with extraordinary power. After comprehending all this, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. This time, the rewards were huge, far beyond his imagination. Especially the Blood Sword King's inheritance, which benefited him greatly. As long as he focused on comprehending, he would definitely be incomparably powerful on the Slaughter Dao. Not long after, the 3 days were up, and Lin Xian was transported out. Shua! With a flash of white light, he returned to the True Spirit Palace. How was it? Did you get any inheritance? The Guardian Elder asked. Facing the Guardian Elder's urgent question, Lin Xian didn't hide anything. After all, he would have to use these martial arts inheritances in the future. Disciple obtained the Blood Sword Slaughter inheritance from the Blood Sword King, Lin Xian said. You really got it. The Guardian Elder was shocked. He was just asking normally and didn't have much hope. However, he didn't expect that this young man in front of him actually obtained the king's inheritance. Good, good. The Guardian Elder clapped and laughed. Lin Xian, right? You're really not bad. To be able to obtain the king's inheritance is your fortune and fate. You have to cherish it. Disciple understands, Lin Xian said respectfully. Then, he left the True Spirit Palace and returned to the freshman courtyard. Brother Xian! Wang Li and the others were waiting in the courtyard. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. This time, we've recruited another 50 people. Up until now, our Dragon Sword Pavilion already has more than 80 people, Wang Li said. Very good. Lin Xian nodded. In recruiting members, strength is one aspect, but the most important thing is one's temperament. Don't worry, Brother Xian, I understand, Wang Li said. Brother Xian, there's one more thing. In the past 3 days, many old societies have come to recruit people. A few of them even wanted to incorporate our Dragon Sword Pavilion, but I firmly rejected them. Incorporate? Lin Xian frowned. These people are really whimsical. In the future, directly reject such things, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The Dragon Sword Pavilion will not belong to any power. Yes, sir, everyone said in unison. Right, who came? Lin Xian asked again. Blue Star Pavilion, Red Maple Society, Wang Li said. The Red Maple Society had come twice, and their attitude was very domineering. Red Maple Society? Lin Xian frowned. Yes, I heard that the boss of the Red Maple Society is from the Red Leaf Valley, and many of their members are also from the Red Leaf Valley. They are very domineering. Red Leaf Valley? Lin Xian sneered. He remembered the few overbearing disciples of the Red Leaf Valley during the Academy's assessment. He originally thought that he wouldn't have any interactions with them in the future, but he didn't expect the other party to jump out again. He could forget about it this time, but if the other party dared to talk about incorporating him again, then don't blame him for being impolite. After understanding what had happened in the past 3 days, Lin Xian let Wang Li and the others leave. He needed to properly digest his gains this time. Returning to his room, Lin Xian released the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey, then went into seclusion to cultivate. This seclusion lasted for half a month. During this period of time, Lin Xian comprehended the Blood Sword Slaughter inheritance, Heaven Opening Fist, and the second form of the Vermilion Bird Seal, and made some progress. Among them, he had cultivated Heaven Opening Fist and the second form of the Vermilion Bird Seal to the initial stage. As for the Blood Sword Slaughter inheritance, he had only comprehended the first stage. A king's inheritance was different from other martial arts. It was even more difficult than in Earth-rank martial arts, so this matter couldn't be rushed. Moreover, his comprehension of these martial arts had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to fight to improve. On this day, he opened the door and came to the courtyard to breathe in the fresh air. In the courtyard beside, Murong Qingqing saw Lin Xian come out and snorted. You brat, you still know to come out, Murong Qingqing said coquettishly. You didn't keep your word. Didn't you say that you would help me refine pills? Oh. Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Are the spirit herbs ready? They were ready long ago. I was just waiting for you. Okay, let me see. Lin Xian's figure flashed and came to Murong Qingqing's courtyard. "Come in." Murong Qingqing snorted, then turned and walked into the house. Lin Xian followed in. Unlike his room, Murong Qingqing's room was very exquisite. There was still a lingering fragrance in the air that was intoxicating. "These are the spirit herbs." Murong Qingqing flicked a storage ring, then took out a jade slip. "The pill formula and pill patterns are all here." Chapter 766. The news of Lin Xian ringing the golden bell and becoming the top freshman had long spread. Now, his name was often mentioned among the older students. Coupled with the fact that he had gained the upper hand in his fight with the Greedy Wolf gang, all of these made him famous among the older students. Many people were amazed and thought that he was a peerless genius who would become the overlord of the academy in the future. However, there were also some who were dissatisfied and even secretly hated him. Among them, three forces were the most prominent. Among them, the Greedy Wolf Society had the most murderous intent. As a veteran force, they had lost to a freshman. This was undoubtedly very embarrassing. Therefore, they had to defeat Lin Xian to remove the reputation of their previous failure. These days, the Greedy Wolf Society had been discussing how to deal with Lin Xian. In addition, Yan Qingyang was also gnashing his teeth in hatred. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were together all day and seemed to be very close. It was obvious that he did not take his warning to heart. As the vice president of the Tao Spirit Association, his status and strength were stronger than Lin Xian. Of course, he was not willing to let his beloved woman be snatched away by Lin Xian. Therefore, he planned to send the experts in the association to teach Lin Xian a lesson. In addition, there was another society that was also very angry. That was the Red Maple Society. Lin Xian dared to refuse their invitation. This was not giving them face at all. As a veteran force, they needed to show their powerful means. The three organizations were secretly accumulating strength to get rid of Lin Xian. At this time, Lin Xian was refining pills in Murong Qingqing's boudoir. He was refining a 6th-grade pill. The process was very difficult, but in the end, he succeeded. After receiving the pill, Murong Qingqing was as excited as a child. She was very happy. "That's great! Lin Xian, thank you! You don't have to be so polite with me." Lin Xian smiled. "You didn't fight with me at the freshman assembly. This is the greatest help you have given me. Is that so? Don't be happy too early. With this pill, I might break through again," Murong Qingqing said with a smile. "When the time comes, I'll be on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard before you." "Mystic Sovereign ranking?" Lin Xian nodded. He had already obtained the legacy of a king, so it was time for him to enter the rankings. The leader of the Greedy Wolf gang, Wang Xiao, was ranked 88th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. He was also Lin Xian's target. "Looks like I need to go back and prepare," Lin Xian thought. At this moment, he suddenly frowned because he noticed that a jade pendant in his new storage ring was glowing. Yu Fei! This jade pendant was really the jade pendant that Yu Fei used to transmit danger to him. Normally, there would be no movement from it, and it would only appear in times of danger. It seemed that Yu Fei was in trouble. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Yu Fei was currently in Lion Moon City with the Wang family behind him. Ordinary people would not be able to threaten him. Unless the Wang family was also under threat. "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Murong Qingqing asked. "Why do you look so serious?" "Nothing, I have something to take care of," Lin Xian said. Then, he left Murong Qingqing's courtyard and began to gather people. No matter what the situation was, he had to make a trip there. Of course, he would not go alone. Instead, he would bring the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There were about 80 people in the Dragon Sword Pavilion, so he could bring 30 people. After gathering everyone, Lin Xian said with a grave expression, "Although the Dragon Sword Pavilion has been developing for a long time, the situation is good. But now, someone is looking for trouble. What do you think we should do? F*CK, who is so blind to provoke us?" Kill him! Kill him! The group of people shouted angrily. All right, now I want to choose 30 people to fight with me. Lin Xian asked. Who wants to go? Me! Brother Xian, let me go! The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very active. They all responded, wanting to go with Lin Xian. Lin Xian chose 30 people and said to Wang Li, I'll leave the rest to you. Take them to do the mission. Don't worry, Brother Xian, Wang Li said. After that, Lin Xian led the 30 people into the air and flew towards Lion Moon City. The group of people flew across the sky like meteors. Lion Moon City, Wang family. The Wang family patriarch's face was pale, as if he had aged 10 years. Around him, the Wang family elders also had worried expressions. Yu Fei, is the pavilion master not here yet? The Wang family patriarch asked. Wait a little longer. I've already sent a message to Brother Xian. I think he'll be here soon. Yu Fei sighed. There were still some injuries on his body. Not only him, but the Wang family disciples were also injured, as if they had gone through a great battle. With our current situation, we can't hold on for 3 days. The Wang family patriarch sighed. After 3 days, the defensive array will be broken. At that time, the people from the Blood Fiend gang will come in. Don't worry, Brother Xian will definitely be here within 3 days. Yu Fei clenched his fists. Outside the Wang family, the people from the Blood Fiend gang formed a circle and surrounded them. They had sinister smiles on their faces as they faced the Wang family. Among them, there were a few elders who were first-level venerables. Other than that, there was also a second-level venerables. Judging from their strength, they didn't seem to be weaker than Tu Tian. How dare you kill my junior brother? This time, we must exterminate the Wang family. The second-level venerables said coldly. His name was Su Hei, Tu Tian's senior brother. After knowing that Tu Tian had been killed, he rushed to Lion Moon City to take revenge on the Wang family. Boss Su, this barrier should be set up by that brat. He's the one who killed Gang Master Tuesday. His strength can't be underestimated. Humph, he must have used some despicable means. Su Hei sneered. He didn't believe that a brat could kill his junior brother. Don't worry, even if I can't beat him, there's still the Gang Master. The Gang Master that he was talking about was the new Gang Master of the Blood Fiend gang. He was very powerful and was even stronger than Tu Tian. The Blood Fiend gang wasn't an independent existence. They also had a force behind them. This time, after Tu Tian was killed, the force behind them sent experts to take over. Therefore, the Blood Fiend gang was very aggressive and very powerful this time. 3 days, this barrier can still last for 3 days. After 3 days, I'll kill everyone in the Wang family. And that despicable brat, I must use his head as a sacrifice. The group of people's eyes were filled with killing intent. They surrounded the Wang family like fierce wolves. On the other side, Lin Xian led his men and rushed all the way. Finally, on the second day, they arrived at Lion Tiger City. Lin Xian's arrival caused the martial artists in the city to panic. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky. It couldn't be helped. The scene was too spectacular. More than 30 people stood in the sky. Each of them had a powerful aura and the pressure of a venerable. This time, Lin Xian picked all the powerful martial artists. All 30 of them were venerables. What he wanted was to intimidate the enemy so that they would never dare to provoke them again. F***CK, what kind of force is that? All 30 of them are venerables. Isn't that too scary? They look very young. How is that possible? The martial artists in the city exclaimed, their faces full of fear. This strength had completely surpassed the number 1 gang in the city, the Blood Fiend gang. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.